Hello, Dum Dum.
9 a.m. arm with a hoarse voice. The first words I spoke that whole day, the very first words I spoke, hello, dum dum.
I was Hooper, thank you. Starting it off right, as you always do. Appreciate
So,
it.
thank you, Hooper, but really starting it off right. Oh boy, the Thursday Deppening. I better not get too excited. The arm might cancel at the last minute with unforeseen difficulties.
Yeah.
I have canceled twice on a Thursday, right?
Mhm.
One time it was a Windows update, the other time was I got sick.
I don't remember.
What the migraine, my
Okay.
migraine
That's
issues.
no
That was
excuse.
that
Walk it off,
caused me to
wimp.
make it. That's what Steve Rogers would say.
That's what Dorothy Zbornak says. But she says, "Shake it off, wimp." I was gonna say, where was? Oh yeah, I was driving home and I was thinking, oh crap, I didn't update the intro, and then I flashed back to that morning where Monique is trying to get a hold of you. She can't, so I'm the last resort. I don't know how. You're across the country from me.
No, if this is the Deppening, you are the private resort.
Okay, I'll take that. But she is like, can you call on? I was like, do you think he picks up the phone when I call?
Yeah,
No.
but it was also the time I'm never up.
It was
Eh,
noon.
No, it wasn't.
Oh yeah, was it 9 o'clock your time
It's
that you
about
did it?
Artie. I think she might have. I think she found out about this unusually early, and
Mm-hmm.
she was trying to get me at like 7:30 a.m. I'm not even.
Sorry, everybody. It was about the Radio Gunk Artie Lang interview.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, and I was like, "What?" It just came. It actually was caused because I called him on that New Jersey radio show as Turk and Rumson, and that triggered his friend to come on the website, and then he agreed to come on. But it was
mm-hmm.
like out of nowhere. He didn't agree to it till the second he did it. There's
Yeah.
John O'Reilly, who went to the Huntington show at the Paramount in Huntington, I believe.
Did you throw
Right,
your
sir?
bloomers? Did you throw your bloomers, John?
There is footage of that. Some people pirated foot and they snuck their cell phone in, and I don't think they confiscate a cell phone. And John would know better than I. I know they do that now. All comedians are like, I think Dave Chappelle started a movement where they confiscate cell phones.
You need to wear a bra like I do to any show, and you hide your phone in the bra.
Was that the Dave Navarro move?
No, that was '96, so there was no phone.
Doesn't Dave Navarro look like Depp's tattoo artist,
No,
Jonathan Shaw?
no. Dave
Yes, he
Navarro at
does.
one time was gorgeous.
No, well, I mean, he looks like a. Every time you make an ugly statement about someone, Jonathan Shaw looks like Dave Navarro with Down syndrome. You'll just say Down syndrome all the time. Hi, Melvin. If is there a thread on Radio Gunk about this show we're doing? I didn't
I
do it.
would assume
I was
Melvin did not
at
shirk
the
his
club.
responsibilities and got that done. I haven't
We
had a
demand
chance
a
to
lot
check.
from Melvin. Doesn't it
Melvin
seem
is
like
great, and he
we
does
we
it for
demand?
no reward.
John O'Reilly goes, "I kept my clothes on."
Darn it. I was hoping you took pictures.
You could throw scarves at the brown cigarettes at the stage,
Oh, he'd pick
skull
them up and,
rings.
and eat them.
Uh,
What was I going to say? Oh, I was going to say, we have a lot of stuff coming up within the next few days. We're going to be recording like an MFer, and there's going to be some Patreon stuff coming up in the next
I'll say
week.
what it is. Saturday for the
No, I
Halloween.
want to say it. Don't
Oh, well,
say
it's
it.
Halloween.
Oh my
Happy
God.
Halloween, by the way. Have a I guess we can't say it until have a safe. I'm sorry, a scary, spooky, fun, um, creepy, but most of all safe Halloween, Sarah.
Yeah.
Safe.
It's a Monday, right? Yeah, next Monday.
Yeah, yeah. Browns and Bengals are
I
doing
don't
like a
care.
Halloween uniform.
I've checked
Uh,
out.
yeah, I bet.
My
It
heart
must
is
be
broken.
exhausting to be you and your Browns, your insane Brownie fans, and you just the histrionics. You guys talking about like training camp in May and
Mhm.
preseason and toiling over every little fucking backup free safety and special teams move they do, and now we're here. And you're 2-5, virtually out of the playoffs. What a waste of everyone's
And
time.
it probably won't get any better. But I have my 4-1 Portland Trailblazers to soothe my dead soul. I love them.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. We'll get, don't get too pompous. You're 5 games
I know
in,
Lillard's
and
going to be out for the next 2 weeks minimum.
NA writes, can Sarah recite the spell her and the Depp witches cast on Amber Heard every Halloween? That's so funny.
I've done very well at forgetting about that woman. I don't know. I haven't thought about her lately.
I think about her probably every 10 minutes. And when you have the search that I do and Twitter and YouTube, you can't get away from it. And that's on me. That is on me.
You should see the Twitter feed for The Deppening. It is frightening.
As far as what you have, okay, yeah.
The recommendations that come up in your feed from other Depp fans, it's absolutely frightening, and you just have to scroll or you will be brought down into the abyss of sadness
John
and loneliness.
John O'Reilly says lots of Depp groupies there. And we gotta. I don't know if John would want to come on our show and talk about this
Hmm.
because I'd like an actual report of. I never get a good report of what went on at these shows. I don't think we get. You get kind of like these little videos, but I don't think we fully know from someone unbiased what's going down and the whole
Mhm.
protocol at the Paramount, which I didn't go. And I mean, he is kind of deliberately walking into these places, embracing the fans. Um, and there are videos from the parent. I think there's like 2 or 3 videos of him walking out the back door. And I thought there was something of him going to a local watering hole bar and grill afterwards.
Well, there's a lot of controversy now because his handlers are not allowing him to come out personally and greet people. So something must have happened that
Yeah, I can't
frightened them, I would
imagine.
imagine.
Yeah,
And now they're just like, "Oh, Johnny, Johnny."
Sean Bett's decision to do this, or they're playing
Something.
good
I don't
cop,
know.
bad cop.
I don't know.
Okay, but you've seen a million times when he runs over to a gaggle of fans, and then security rolls their eyes. You're like, oh shit, here we go. He's got to launch himself into this. We just lost 15 minutes here, and then they got to
Mhm.
play good cop, bad cop. He's like, no, 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 Sean, just give me about 10 more autographs, please. He goes, Johnny, we gotta go. 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 Sorry, folks. That's it. He's gotta make the show. We gotta go. Gotta go. That's how they run that every time. And you remember, obviously, Jerry Judge was a master at that. We've got to go. We've got to go. No, no, sorry. Last one. That's not very good. We've got to go. So that's where
Yeah.
he learns that.
Well, he has a good team around him, though. Anyway, I miss them.
Terry, you're a candy addict. Will you be handing out fun size or full size candy?
Melvin, that is a Monday night, meaning I have to work the next day, so I will probably be in bed by 8 p.m. and nobody knocks on my door. I'm in a complex, nobody knocks.
Was there a law that was supposed to be passed that they were going to move Halloween to perpetually Friday night
I don't
or
know.
Saturday
I don't think that's
because
ever
of?
been talked about here.
I heard that. I've heard that.
I haven't paid
Because not
attention to Halloween since 1993.
when you're a kid, you kind of look at the fucking rotation of the days, and your dream is when it's Friday and Saturday. When you're
Mhm.
in the height of trick or treating, when you can go on your own, you get 2 years to do that probably when it's like Friday and Saturday night. Or they were going to give you the next. My friend went to Catholic school. He had the day after Halloween off. I think it was All Hallows Eve or something. Some
Mhm.
I forget what it is. But it was a hardcore. Hi, David. Yeah, David's going to be joining us too for our Halloween special.
Yes. I will have it up
We
Sunday.
confirmed. He's tough to book. I'm going against Warner Brothers and Disney and all the various studios. Um, who's more able, Beth or Amber? Like who's more likable? I thought you meant able. Who's more like? I thought you meant Mackie. Welcome, by the way. Mackie's like who? I thought I read it wrong. Like
Um,
who's more like able?
I've lost interest in all things Beth 5 years ago, but I would probably say Beth is more likable out of the two. That's not saying anything.
I don't agree. I don't agree.
Well,
I don't
you're in
agree.
that world. I gave it up.
I don't agree. I think Amber Heard's far more self-sufficient, or I mean, for lack of a better word, Beth, the histrionics. I played the Dr. Curry histrionic personality disorder. It applies to Beth more than it does Amber Heard. I
Well,
was it was uncanny.
they are both that. So that cancels each other. They cancel each other out on that.
Speaking of Stern, I can't believe what we're doing. It's so crazy the Springsteen stuff that we're also doing Steven Van Zandt from the E Street Band has Depp in, and it's a he. I just don't. It's such a weird thing. But this was taped 2 weeks ago.
You know, when I
Or
picture
whatever.
him, I was having this thought today. When I picture Steven Van Zandt, and I don't care about him,
Did you
but
watch The
anyway,
Sopranos?
no, I have, yes, and I didn't. I was like numb to it after a while. I think it just burned me out because I tried to, like, watch too much of it at once, and I got bored. I know that's
I
sacrilegious,
recommend rewatching it
probably.
with a 2022 set of eyes. Um, here's the thing. You're a just the 10 of us bibliophile, but you can't recall anything from The Sopranos. You're a weird. Lewis. You're a really wacky dude. You
Well, I was gonna say, when I think of Van Zant, I interchange his face with Paul Stanley. I get them mixed up if
Yeah, they do have a similar
physically.
face. That's good. Yeah, or more Gene Simmons. Oh, I don't know.
No, I think Paul Stanley. Paul Stanley with the do-rag on his head, covering up that wig.
Okay, I'll give you that. Yeah, I mean, there's some Simmons in there too. He's
Yeah.
as if Gene Simmons and Paul Stanley had a kid.
But I do remember in The Sopranos, though, his hair was literally painted on.
Well, he looked like a cartoon character. I mean, it was almost like a caricature of a mafioso. It was kind of. I heard Springsteen himself was supposed to be cast on that show, and I can't remember if it was for that Silvio role or Tony Soprano himself. But I
Mhm.
do know that David Chase wanted Springsteen in some capacity for that show. I just don't know what officially the role was. I thought it might have been Tony, and I know
Okay.
Ray Liotta got offered that and turned it down,
Mhm.
and he went on to do the movie. Barbara DeRush, you're absolutely right. David was on fire in the chat last night. I couldn't agree more. It's too bad we can't read every single goddamn thing you say in those chats. There's just not enough time. I think we should do a show where we aren't a prisoner to those effing clips, and all we do is read your comments the
I
entire
was
time, and only that.
I was thinking about doing, and it would be just me, so probably nobody wants to join it, but like a half hour on a Tuesday night on Patreon where I just talk about anything and base it solely off the chat. Prepare a
Yeah,
few clips to talk about. You can sleep. I'll just get on for like a half hour on a
I saw you.
Tuesday.
Did you write that
Yeah.
somewhere? What
Yes.
was that? Like in a
I made a
bulletin or something?
I made a
What an
Photoshop.
egomaniac! Who does that?
I made a Photoshop. I put my face over Stuttering John's face
Okay.
where he's actually the one time he's drinking tea, and I'm gonna call it tea at the table. And it's so
Okay,
stupid.
okay.
It's so stupid.
That's your
I was thinking about it.
sober as a judge attempt at mimicking John's thing,
But yeah, but I'll also take his super
aping.
chats he gets, and I will provide more content and make a little bit more sense than he does.
Amber Heard was caught buying wine with her daughter. People should start checking those baby bottles.
Yeah, well, probably for the well, it's not her kid. So I was gonna say the cocaine in its blood from breastfeeding might be an issue, but it's not her kid.
John Riley goes, Arm, I would love to, but not sure how long I could stay. Also, I was pretty blitzed from the Oyster Fest.
Oh,
It would
I'm
just be
so
some.
jealous.
We do it on one of these shows, right? A Thursday to give us his account of what went down. You don't have to be on long. We could pre-tape it, maybe play it if you wanted to some other time. I'm just curious what you saw. I can't believe I didn't make. I wasn't gonna go. I can't say that I'm. I've been so critical of that teaming because every time I see. By the way, I just read that they're touring with the Vampires again next fucking summer. Every
Mhm.
time you see that, that is 4 months of non-film choices.
I would go to that just so I could laugh at Alice Cooper.
He's gonna be 60
He's
when
at
that
the stage
starts.
now where he's looking like Mick Mars on stage.
He'll be 60 when that starts.
Yeah.
Who's
Well,
the guy from Brian Johnson from who was it? Melvin or Gungadin or Hooper possibly, or compared him the way Brian Johnson looks with that newsboy cap from
oh yeah,
ACDC.
yeah.
Sarah was talking about just the 10 of us. Speaking of Long Island, you guys remember this? It's a spin-off show from Growing Pains. Just the 10 of us.
Suited.
And the guy, is it Bruce Kirschbaum or something? He
I
was the
don't know.
gym teacher, and he was Mike Seaver's gym teacher on the show. And they
Pretty sure.
spun it. Oh, I don't know why they needed to spin this off. And obviously, it had to be set on Long Island too, Smithtown, right? Michael Frazia?
I don't know that.
Frazia?
I don't know
Um,
Smithtown.
Smithtown is like Smithtown should be its own county in a way. It's a township, it's a town, it's confusing. You don't know where it starts, where it ends. It's the northwest part of Suffolk County. It's I guess Route 111 would go to it. It's very tough to get to from the South Shore. There's no direct road. I've always felt there should be like a Smithtown highway that goes right to it because all you do is take back roads to it.
Hmm.
Vets Highway and Route 111. So that's where Growing Pains was set, Smithtown, Long Island, and so they spun it off with the gym teacher and has 10 kids. And the reason we brought that up is because Heather Langenkamp, who played Nancy in Nightmare on Elm Street 1, Depp's girlfriend, is in that sitcom.
Hmm. She plays one of the two. They have like 10 sets of twins in that family, but she's like the older. She's half of the older set of twins.
Did you listen? Melvin wants to know, did you listen to Radio Gunk last night?
I don't remember you being on a rant.
I was angry a few times, sure.
I don't remember
A
that.
couple times. Not in a loose cannon
I
way, but
skipped around a little bit.
it was typical. Like it's like it's like 20 seconds, and then I turn it off.
What were you bitching about
You
this
don't get a
time?
lot. Um, God, there's so many things. It'll come to me.
Was it about a restaurant from Coming to America?
It's some David and I went crazy last night on it. I should read the whole text exchange. We had great Stern commentary on. I was trying to get him to do the Nightmare on Elm Street commentary, and we just went off on a just great tangent about Howard with his
Well,
theories. He's
that's
Baby
everybody.
Benjamin.
That's what we're going to be doing on Patreon.
That's is what did I just let the cat out of the bag?
Yes, that's
I
okay.
just let the Camilla out of the bag.
I
Yeah,
know
so we're gonna be
better.
doing for Halloween. We're gonna be doing Nightmare on Elm Street 1 commentary with David sitting in, who actually visited the real house in Elm Street from Elm Street 1. We're gonna do a running commentary, and I'm gonna do the deleted scenes, and then I'm going to play an interview from one of the Comic Cons that the original cast of Elm Street did, and I'm just gonna play the part where they talk about death. And I'm assuming, and I haven't even listened to it. I'm just assuming that half the interviews they talk about it because it was knee deep during the trial. So Wes Craven's dead now, so he's not part of it.
Hmm.
And it should be good. Should be a lot of fun. David, one thing to think, David's also much younger than everybody, as you know. So Baby Benjamin is going to give a would you call him a millennial, Sarah?
So he's only 120 as opposed to what we thought,
Yeah.
250.
He did the musical score for. I bet you David can play the shit out of that creepy Nightmare on Elm Street piano
I think
during
I th-
that.
I think he knew Lestat from the Vampire. Not
Van
Vampire
Helsing.
Diaries. Jesus Christ!
David's
Interview
the
the
original
Vampire.
David's Van Helsing.
Thank you, John O'Reilly, as always. Read that
Brendan
chat.
says All Saints Day is the day after Halloween. Hollow Scream, as I call it. Am I right? That's right. Thank you, Brendan. And the New Orleans Saints have something to do with Halloween. I don't know. They always get a home game or something in the week of Halloween. It's like this weird tradition they're like synonymous with. Haha, you're competing with Reicher Entertainment to book me. Reicher, and that's of course Howard's production company that did Private Parts and then collapsed to
Went ass
bankruptcy.
up.
Went ass up. And you want Amber Heard on your side in a fight, Barbara DeRush. I agree. In an actual fight. Lilyhammer yeah. Did you know Steven Van Zandt stars in a series called Lilyhammer, where he
Is
plays a
that about
gangster
the
that goes to
Olympics?
I think so. He goes to
Oh
Russia.
God. Oh God. I
It's
was kidding.
no, that's where the Olympics were set at one point.
Yeah.
Lilyhammer. NA Sarah has great taste. Gigolos, Vanderpump Rules. That is peak TV for NA.
I hope NA is being sincere, but NA sometimes bust my balls all the way to Tupelo, and I don't know if I can trust that compliment.
Barbara DeRoche goes on. That's why I chat on your shirt. It's too hard on gunk.
I think
Yeah,
Barbara, I thank you, Barbara. I think that's just saying our chat is much slower.
yeah. But Monique I think she does a really good job of. She gets to like comments far more than other shows that I watch. that
Not
have a
you.
busier. Not me. Let's. I'm just like jerking off to every comment, but because I mean there's less of them obviously, but it's in order to keep it moving, and you do want. I sit there and sometimes I fixate on the chat and I just go, what a waste it is not to read that
Yeah.
because there's so many brilliant things that just come and go. We've had ideas of like going back to the chat and then doing a show and just commenting and not having anything and just like doing the same chat but using the chat from last time. I hate to think of some of this stuff just getting lost in the ether, like really brilliant things. I'm going fuck, and you just can't. Sometimes you just can't stop it because it's just not out of context, but it's right in the middle of something.
Gunga didn't know I did not call you slow. I was insulting us. We have quite a few less viewers live. So
I would love to see this, and I know this is like the gayest thing on the planet. This is pillow biting gay. A Vanderpump gossip show with Sarah David wants to do it with you.
I don't care. It's fine.
Like I would have run it each episode kind of thing.
I don't know about that, but we just talk about the latest gossip. And please don't pretend you aren't aware of what's happening with Vanderpump Rules, Mr. Arm.
I know now
You have
because
watched
of
every episode.
Elisa Jordana and Beth has
I
all
don't
these
care about
connections
Lisa
to the New
Jordana.
York one.
Yeah.
And then that Bethany and the was on the Howard's house and the fucking. If you want to see how
You're
Howard
on a
gets to the
different show now.
Hamptons, what's that?
Now you're talking about a different
No,
show.
I'm talking about the helicopter launch from the west side of. And that's what Howard uses. So she shows you how it's. She doesn't say this is what Howard Stern does. This is what he does. This is what he has to do. This is what every celebrity in New York, every rich celebrity does to get to the Hamptons. There's a
Hmm.
helipad on the west side. I think it's this weird 12th Avenue West Side Highway and the 43rd Street. Right, Sarah?
I don't know. I don't know
John
where it's
O'Re-
at.
John O'Reilly's going to come on. That would be great. I'm going to promote my book, When Amber Met Arm.
Ugh. You did push-ups. Did push-ups
Smithtown
on
is.
the picnic table where she sat.
I did push-ups for Alec Baldwin.
I know. You do push-ups for every celebrity you meet.
David Spade. I was listening to the Dana Carvey and David Spade Fly on the Wall podcast, and they were talking about Alec Baldwin. And I wish I could have remembered to. David Spade confirms what I said about the push-up, so it confirms what I did to him. He said that I couldn't believe I'd never heard this. He said that Alec Baldwin launches into push-ups when he was hosting Saturday Night Live, like out of nowhere, and that's what I did to him on the street.
Oh God.
So David Spade will confirm what I'm saying for you is true.
I believe you did it. Trust.
Why would I make that up? Why would anyone make that
So
up?
I had it for ammo the rest of my days.
Yeah, to give you a Long Island spin, Sarah, Hooper's right. Smithtown is the polar opposite of Mastic Shirley. The yin and the yang. It's like white, it's upper class for the most part. Very, very middle upper class. Like it's probably Hooper, what would you say? It's 99.8% white. It's a big area too. DiCaprio and Brad Pitt, yes, Tone Cot 89. We're on Growing Pains. Yet Kirk Cameron was a teen heartthrob in that show. I think about that all the time, how Kirk Cameron was bigger than those two
Oh, well,
and
trust
everybody.
me, that last season of Growing Pains, Leonardo DiCaprio took up valuable space in real estate in my teen magazines. So he was around as a
I
teen
agree
idol.
with NA here too, and I'm not into blondes too much. Carol Seaver is an underrated beauty. Joanna
Joanna
Kearns.
Kearns.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I wanted those two
No
to be
makeup.
my parents. I love my
Everybody
parents.
did. Everybody did. They were the best TV parents.
Yeah.
Imagine how your dad is a fucking. That's my dream, to have a psychology practice on the side of the house like he did. That's my dream now. It wasn't. If I knew that, like if I was if you know how like you just if hindsight 2020, that's the ultimate gig. My psychologist currently does that.
Okay.
It's
I
like
hear he's a wonderful
Zoom
man.
meetings, and he is. He's good. He is.
Good for you.
He talks like Drew Carey. He has that cadence that
Okay.
but he's got a lot of David in him, and David would be a great psychologist.
Oh yeah,
Um,
NA says Carol Seaver was the sister. Yeah, that's right. What was the mother's name?
Maggie,
Maggie. Okay.
show me that smile again.
Yes, we
Don't
know.
waste another minute on you crying. We're going near. We're go. You always thought that Alan Thicke and Joanna Kern sang the theme song because it's almost like the people performing it are trying to mimic what they would sound like singing it.
Well, there was a rumor that they were banging.
Would you see that? You know, gossip from Growing Pains when you were
Hmm.
fucking 10 years old.
Yeah.
What? What? They weren't Jesus freaks on the show, Hooper, right?
Oh, you got good news. Oh, but John O'Reilly, thank you. Get to that first, then I'll give you my good news.
John O'Reilly says, and thank you, sir. I want to have him on, and I want to ask his legal. See, he's more than the concert. He's effortless um, legalese, not advice, but take and spin. He was right about every single thing. All those grifters that were, having the channel, he could have easily had his own channel and done what Andrea Burkhart did or Ricotta or whatever. When Amber met, we shall go there. Where shall we go on our first date? Amber quizzed Arm, smiling. How about the Puspatuk Reservation? Isn't that in Mastic Shirley? Amber's sultry mirror voice. Isn't that near the Smith Point Motor? That is. That is. There's an Indian reservation in that we keep bringing up this Mastic Shirley, and this is where real white trash go to buy cigarettes cheap. So the cigarettes are, I think I heard they're $4 or something when they're usually 10. Is that how it goes? That's such a crazy reference.
On the tail end of that donation, which again, bless you, we need it this month. Please feel free to drop us a super chat, everybody, since we're nearing the end of the month, or join us over on patreon.com/Wino Forever. We're going to make it worth 10 times what you pay. It's only $2.
What's the next thing? I'll take requests too. I'll take Stern requests too. I was gonna put what the hell? Like I gotta put the whole Mark Harris 20 hours in a video form. That'll be good. But that wasn't what I wanted to do. There's another video. I think I'm gonna put Ross Zapin versus Jason Kaplan's video up. Not the audio. I've done the audio. The video. Where you can see what's going on in the wrap up show. That's just one of many. That just hit me. I mean, I'll do anything. There's no way David is 55. He's Barbara DeRocha's by. People genuinely don't think he could possibly be in his early 30s.
He's probably 19 years old.
But you see him, he really is like a virtuoso as far as a composer and stuff. He just is one of these old. He truly is an old soul. Like he could con Depp in the same way. If Depp were gay, he could con Depp better than Amber Heard could because he genuinely likes the old stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know how she went in there with researching his biography, which Depp explains. David really knows that stuff. Like it's a genuine passion of his. Who dat? Mackie504, welcome. Did we say hi to Mackie before? David was around for the smallpox, says Pooper. Xavier kicked me off Radio Gunk Forum and YouTube. Thank you for not deleting me. Why, Farmer? Justin,
I would imagine. I'm just guessing. Politics?
I don't know.
I'm just going to say this. The only reason we would ever block anybody is if they're being an asshole. I don't care who you vote for, whatever. I love everybody.
It's I don't know. I've not had anything remotely blockable on here, even if it's.
We had somebody that went after
weirdness.
No, we had somebody that went after one of our female chatters.
Oh yeah.
Our beloved female chatter.
Yeah, very beloved. I know that. That was from the trial. That was from the streaming. Right.
Thank you,
Babe Lewis. Welcome. Did Sarah just call us slow?
I would never do that. You're all smarter than I am.
Gunga Din had the greatest line, and correct me if I'm wrong, Gunga Din. I know this was you. I'm 95% sure. He said, "The Howard Stern show now, listening to Howard's voice, makes you want to punch a baby in the face." Now, does that seem like hyperbole to you? I don't think so. I get a seething anger on that level when I listen to his voice and the restrained fucking veneer chiclet teeth and the pauses and the over enunciation and the Darth Kermit modulation. I couldn't agree more. It makes you want to punch a baby in the face. I mean, I can't put it any better than that. Lilyhammer. Little Steven plays a former mob guy in witness protection, relocated to Lilyhammer, Norway. Thank you, Brendan. Is it good or is it one note? like a fish out of water kind of deal. The juxtaposition of the mafioso in Brooklyn. Do you get tired of it, or does it get old, or does it hold up? I've heard of the show. I've definitely seen ads for it and shit. And I was like, what is going on? Did they take Silvio and make him do that? Monique is an angry black woman.
No, that's called sassy.
Buscemi is in what? Hooper. I know he's in The Sopranos. Is he in Lilyhammer too? Huh. I didn't. If that's true, I'm a little behind. It's a matter of the helipad is behind the. this. That's they have their own Potemkin Motors on 12th Avenue.
You and John O'Reilly have your own Long Island language. I don't know.
Well, he also speaks fluent New York City too. Which I lived there long enough to know, and I'm still a nerd for the streets. I'm a man of the streets, and I'm a nerd for the locales in the old late 70s and early 80s, and the various sections of which a lot of, let's say, like the real estate brokers are the reason for the overpriced gentrification. They create new areas of Manhattan and Brooklyn and blah blah blah, and so they throw it on the front of New York Magazine and go, Dumbo is the new hot place, and that gives them license to like raise rent 30%.
I can tell you where Damian Lillard lives, and that's about it in my own state.
Where's that?
I'm not saying it.
Why can't you say it?
You don't give the location of Jesus away.
Melvin, I did not bring up Good Will Hunting a second time. If there's something, what weird thing did I bring up? It'll come to me. I always bring up something utterly stupid in pop culture that just the guy's like, what is wrong with this?
This, David, what says here, I found out much later in life that Candace and Kirk were siblings. They look nothing alike. I remember what an event, because I watched Full House at the time. Kirk Cameron made a cameo appearance as their cousin. That was such an event that Kirk Cameron was going to be on Full House. How innocent the times were back then.
I didn't know that.
I gotta say though, there was a comment earlier about him being a religious kook, and while true, that might be the only thing that saved him from being abused by all those producers he was surrounded by. That later on, almost all of them, were convicted of sex crimes against minors. That show was insane.
Predictability. The milkman, the paperboy, evening TV.
I hate
Sarah, the whole chat wants to know why Kirk Cameron was never a big film star, and he never had a second.
I have one of his movies. It's Like Father, Like Son with Dudley Moore.
Yeah,
I have it on DVD. I watched it in the movie theater. That tells you how old I am. But he just went off on this religious movie thing. And they make a lot of money, apparently.
Is that like Willie Ames?
I don't know what Willie Ames is doing.
Scott Baio's sidekick. He was on fucking 8 is Enough. He's a crazy religious kook, too. He kind of looks like Kirk Cameron. Before Kirk Cameron. You don't remember Willie Ames from 8 is Enough?
Yes, I never said I didn't. But yes,
okay.
he kind of does, I guess. If you blink and look real quick. That's...
Carol Seaver's body was so tight with that eating disorder. N.A. is a wise ass. You're like a sitcom. N.A.'s like a sitcom wise ass, like you.
What was her real name?
You're fucking Dorothy Zabornak. Joanna Kearns?
No, the daughter.
Oh, God, yeah.
Tracy Gold.
Tracy Gold.
Was it
who's related to has a sister. Who's
I don't know.
Her sister's blonde, and she was on another sitcom.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God, who is her sister? I forget.
It's okay.
Cheap. I know cheap. I wonder if the reservation is cheap gas. Mine Seaver blonde girlfriend doing Playboy.
Yeah. He sticks to his morals.
We were gonna have Bon Jovial may join us. I put a thing out to him because I want to get his opinion on the music.
Well, he got
technical
it late.
Side. He got it late. It's our fault more than it's my fault.
He's running an errand, so he might be able to join us. If not,
he said running an errand.
Yes.
Ah.
Well, he didn't say that.
What a down to earth guy. He runs errands like you, Sarah.
Okay, he told me what it was, but that's his business. I don't want him to.
Okay. Why
All
do you
right,
get all the inside information?
because I'm the greatest person ever.
I like when you brag that you got gossip before. Like if I said, "Hey, look, I saw this story," like, I saw it first.
Well,
Yeah, I knew that 2 days ago. I'm
when
like,
when you
ooh,
sleep till 3 in the afternoon every day and the other
I
person
do
gets up at 3 a.m.,
not. I do
chances
not.
are they
I
get the
do not.
news before
Who am I,
you.
Marilyn? Who am I? Brian Warner over here.
Ay. Okay, get to some super chats. We got a few.
Gilbert Gottfried's impersonations of Alan Thicke were great, Brendan. I agree 100%. If you go to Pusapuck, they cut trees down on the road to trap you so you can't shoot arrows and scalp you while you kidnap your woman. I want you to post David playing the violin. I will, Barbara Drush. How about, would you take him in an orchestral form? That's more impressive. What a tight ship he runs. My God. David truly is a guy who could handle the scores for all those fucking, like, those cerebral comedy cartoons like Animaniacs and Tiny Toons and Pinky and the Brain. I think there's Spielberg produced as well. And all, or even the DC Warner Brothers superhero shows like Batman, Superman, Justice League Unlimited, etc., Batman Beyond. He really is what those guys are. But unfortunately, in that business, there's like four people that get all the work. They just throw all the jobs to the. That's, forget the have and the have-nots. There's no more have and the have-nots than that business. Like the musical score. It's the same four people. David writes, "Here's some of my stagehand money from the Eddie Cantor show from 1951."
That was the full week's salary. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Mackie, welcome. Doing an in-person fundraiser at the Smith Point Motor Inn. The reservation sells pot legally. Yeah, they sold marijuana before anybody else did too, Sarah.
Okay.
And what is it? Spirit cigarettes? What is that? Something's Free Spirit cigarettes or something? That's what they're known for. Those are the cheap cigarettes. Jones or Rooney?
Thank
I
you,
always
Jones
loved
or
Harm's
Rooney.
references to Howard languidly pecking at the bottom of an oatmeal plastic cup. Oh my God! Thank you, Jones or Rooney. How do you remember that? You know what he's talking about, Sarah? This is a very, very inside pickleball reference. Do you know what he's talking about?
It's vaguely
Okay.
familiar.
You have to have, and I know you have some of these videos in Howard TV. They show this thing and they don't do it anymore because they're afraid that he's so paranoid about everything. They would show Will Murray, Jason Kaplan, Gary, and possibly Benji, maybe. I don't want to.
Oh, I know
JD,
what you're talking
John
about.
Hine, right?
Hmm.
So they hover around
I
him
know.
and they're lording over him and they're pitching this stupid shit to him in between a long commercial break or even before a show.
Well, this
And he's
also.
so arrogantly doesn't look up and he's shoving oatmeal and raisins and
Hmm.
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, he's bent over like a question mark in his chair, staring the oatmeal cup. He's pecking the bottom of the oatmeal cup with his nose.
Right.
But
Yogurt.
this was also when like Stuttering John would take that opportunity to audition for Howard in the
Right.
studio with Gary, making fun of Gary. If you go back and watch those old Howard
Well,
TV,
that's
those are
that's
great.
the egg white era, right? That's the fucking
I don't know.
the Grillo egg white era where that was his go-to.
It's a potato era.
Have you ever seen people in radio have to fucking eat meals during these shows? Who eats like that during? Could you imagine working on a show like that
I
and
would
you have
take
to
that
eat the whole
opportunity
time?
to I would take that
They're
opportunity
always
to
eating.
fast for like a good
Yeah.
6 hours.
Yes, I was no way I'd be able to think about food during that shit. It's
Yeah.
so bizarre. These guys are always ordering bagels and muffins, and it's constant. Who eats food on the air? Is the worst thing you could do is hear someone eating on the. Howard used to eat on the air too
They
more.
all eat on
Then he
the
became
air.
more anorexic,
They
and
all
there's
eat.
nothing worse than Jim Norton popping blueberries during a.
Well, he's disgusting
Oh,
anyway.
he's the fucking worst.
What was I gonna say? I apologize. Your
But
rant
that was
wiped my brain.
No, well, that was. I mean, I love that he remembers that. There's nothing. The visual of Howard just is. He won't even give him like that's the whole thing with Crazy Eyes. Like he won't even give his staff eye contact when they're
Hmm.
pitching shit to him. How do you just not punch him in the face and reach over the console? David is like Gilbert Gottfried. He makes old time. Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of Tone Cott. There is a lot of similarities to David and Gilbert Gottfried. It's a great compliment too, as a matter of fact. Thank you, Hooper. Buscemi is in Lilyhammer. Barbara Dorsch, Empire, Broadway, Steve Buscemi. Lilyhammer season 1 is very good. Got slightly worse each season, but still very watchable. Thank you, Brendan. I will check that out when I get a chance. And the other 40 shows I still have yet to watch, if not more. Left Behind. Left Behind was a little bit of a stumble. Jesse was about to motorcycle jump in full. Did Stamos do that, Sarah, on Full House? A Fonzie motorcycle jump,
No, oh gosh, I don't remember.
ripping off
I don't think he did any like motorcycle stunts.
Arthur Fonzarelli and jumping the shark. Fonzie originally did a motorcycle jump at Arnold's.
Oh,
You remember that
maybe,
one?
maybe
Yeah, they stole that
the
from Happy Days.
building. Yeah, maybe. Okay, I don't know.
Everybody steals from Happy Days. Tracy Gold, thank you, David. When the LA was built for many years, it ended at Vets Highway, where Smithtown is. Thus, many New York City Yeah, yet there was also supposed to be a road that was supposed to lead from Connecticut, from where this town Syosset, Sarah, where Natalie Portman's from, and Mary Delabate and Judd
Why do you know this?
Apatow. There was a road that was supposed to go to Connecticut from this 135, and the town vetoed it. They stopped it. All the rich townies stopped it, and it was supposed to stop New York traffic. So, and no one from Long Island would go to New England, would have to use New York City to do it, and it would save you, I think, something like an hour and a half or something like that. It's crazy. Totally makes sense, and they shot it down. That's why the traffic. That's why New York always has, because they don't want solutions. They don't want solutions. They want you to fuck up. They want your fine money. They want your toll money. They want to tow you. They want you to drive drunk. They want you in the system. They don't want solutions. I really believe that. That's where I'm a conspiracy guy. Like when you go to New York City and you go, I can't find a spot. This is so frustrating. Fuck it, I'll just put it anywhere. Or you'll use their parking per minute, but they want you to say wrong side of this alternate side of the street parking. There's a fire zone every 5 feet. Like there's a fire, like there's enough fires to warrant a hydrant every 5 feet.
Mm-hmm.
You know how often are these things used, and then they want you to park, they want you to get towed, they want to find you, they want you to fuck up, they want you to not get it, they want you to not read the sign. Well, you work in the damn industry, you know how that goes, right? What would happen, Sarah, if everybody just behaved? Nobody did anything wrong. Nobody rolled through a stop sign, nobody went through a red light, nobody did any of that. What would happen?
I think I'd be happy.
You'd have a much easier job, but what would happen to
Yes.
the money part?
Um, that's a good question.
They can't handle it. You wouldn't
My
be able to
salary
handle
would
it.
be slashed,
That's
which
right.
I really can't handle that. Yeah, that would suck. But hey, guys, thanks for speeding and going through those lights for me. I appreciate it.
Brendan goes, running an errand is some sort of gay slang. There's just no doubt. No, my ears will hurt if I hear no mumbo jumbo talk. Okay, let's go. I want to start this off with the plagiarism thing. So Johnny Depp and Jeff Beck got accused of plagiarizing a poet, an old blues guy who was in prison. And it's just going on that they're trying to hit back, and they're not accusing that it's their intellectual property. They're claiming public domain, and that's kind of weak. And this is kind of like falls in line with what happened with Led Zeppelin and those
Mm-hmm.
old blues guys, where they got accused of it. And like, well, it's almost like, and this has been going on since the Stone Age, where the famous people take material from someone who can't fight it, and they go, no one's gonna know who this guy is. We'll just use it and kind of call it as their own. It's no one's this couldn't possibly be intellectual property, so they kind of called this like public domain. Well, that's the argument, is that we're all allowed to use this, and I'm taking public domain claim of all their music, of
Okay.
all Depp and Beck's music as well.
Well, we have
This
our show tonight is all public domain that we need to claim. So
So this all ties in because we're doing the Sirius XM town hall run by Steven Van Zandt with Depp and Jeff Beck. It's about an hour long, the interview, but they intersplice music into it, and it's also, you know, they pre-taped it 2 weeks in advance. So they did an interview and they splice in music, I guess, later on, and that's why it took 2 weeks to release this.
I know. I hate
They
it.
didn't play. They didn't play in the studio. I thought they did. They didn't play in the studio.
I want to get everybody behind the scenes information. The clip Mr. Arm posted earlier on our channel, I got 9 copyright claims on that video.
You can still play it though.
Yes,
Well,
but
that's why, I mean, there's music all over YouTube. And so the irony though of a plagiarized song giving you a copyright,
I know.
right? Um, so let's start off with, here's the crazy thing too, I should say, and I think I want to read this Rolling Stone article to the best. I don't want to club you over the head with it, but this is how kind of this started.
Okay.
Rolling Stone, Johnny Depp's home. I mean, Hunter S. Thompson, the kindred spirit, his second father, his friend, his father, his brother, his hero. S- One of the biggest writers of all time for Rolling Stone. Depp and Rolling Stone are in a full blown feud now. And why is that, Sarah? Do you suppose?
I'm reading a message. I apologize. Bon will be with us shortly.
Welcome Rudd's Ghost too, by the way. I've got
Yes, I like we're getting new
Rude.
names.
Yeah, I've
Not
seen Rudd's
new, but
Ghost.
they're not in our chat every time. That's nice to see.
Go ahead, Sarah. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, no, no. Bon will be with us shortly. I was
Oh,
reading
good,
that.
good, 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 good. I'd like his opinion on the plagiarism too, from a music expert. But maybe we can delay. We can play with our food until he gets here. I'll read this
Well, I
article.
I don't know when it's going to be, so
No, no, no. If I
let's at
get to
least
this,
start
this
it.
is I'm timing it. So this is a Rolling Stone article, which is like everybody calls everything a hit piece when it's not glowingly in your favor. So
Mhm.
this is a Rolling Stone article that goes right at Depp and Jeff Beck for plagiarism. Now, we talk about all the time. We haven't done a show on this yet. The infamous article that Stephen Roderick did when he hung out with Depp in England for 3 days. What is it called? The what's it called? The God, I forget the title. The title's not important, but it's a piece when Depp is going through the accusations and he's kind of getting his side of things, and he hangs out with him. The Trouble with Johnny Depp, I think, is the title of the article. And it's Rolling. It's 2018. A gentleman named
Yeah.
Stephen Roderick did it, and it's just an unbiased. He's not a fanboy. It's just like, this is my take on the place that he's in. Melvin, if you could find the quote that I love about Elvis's last days, if this isn't a facsimile of Elvis, boyish insouciance has morphed into aging man-child. If this isn't Elvis's last days, it is a very decent facsimile, something like that.
So
I
dark.
thought that was pretty brilliant, because I mean, could you really refute that?
At the
It's
time,
it,
no. It was
it's
a
harsh.
disaster.
It's harsh, but it's not that bad. Even if you're a drooling fanboy, fangirl, there's a poetic side to that. So the article comes out, and the guy is just kind of calling it like he sees it. He's not a fanboy. He might have been a moderate fan, and Depp called it a hit piece. He hated it,
Mhm.
and kind of the prose the guys use. So then Depp goes and does, was it GQ, Sarah, as a follow up article to try to refute this thing.
Yes, it was GQ. Was it Europe? GQ?
Yeah, I think it was.
I have the magazine. I got it off eBay. I don't know why, but yeah, and it's a very good article. It's he gives it from his friend's chateau, and there's photos of him sauntering around the chateau.
We find out he's writing a book
Yes.
in this particular article, but he's trying to refute the Rolling Stone piece, and he calls it a hit piece, and how Rolling Stone used to stand for something. He takes a shot at Jan Winter during the whole thing, and
Good.
I'm thinking, this is Hunter S. Thompson's stomping grounds, and so
Yeah, but
he's
it's not the
turned on him.
same. It's certainly not the
I know,
same.
I know it's not the same. I know it's not the same. So after he does this, it's a very public spectacle that Depp kind of takes a huge shot at Rolling Stone. So now Rolling Stone is like declared war on him, and they're coming out with stuff like, and they go right at him for plagiarism. This is crazy shit.
Mhm.
I'm just talking about the history that they have, and I'm bringing Thompson into it, because you would think Hunter S. Thompson's protege, they would just completely be in his corner for everything. That is not the case, and I don't know if Thompson left with them on
Well,
bad
I think
terms.
now woke Rolling Stone would speak ill of Hunter S. Thompson in a nanosecond.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it definitely is like what do they call, what do they call the Black Panther 2 is woke conda. I don't know how you do the movie without to think to he's dead. He's dead. I'll see it though. I'm sure some of it's going to be good, but you can see. And I hate saying woke. I'm so tired of all
Do you
that. But
remember? Do you remember? And that's Marvel, right? Yeah, Marvel. I'm not an expert like you were on these. Marvel went into what was the actor's name? I'm so sorry.
Chadwick Boseman.
Chadwick Boseman's Twitter after he had died and said Wakanda forever. They tweeted Wakanda forever from his Twitter account to promote this movie.
Oh my God.
That's horrible.
Who did it? His family?
No, Marvel.
Marvel had access to his blue check mark
I'm sure the family
Twitter.
gave permission, but that is so
Oh, it's
cheap.
crazy. Yeah, it is. It really is. Everything wrong with show business. So this is the article here. This is a guy named John Blistein. Johnny Depp and Jeff Beck accused of stealing lyrics from incarcerated man's poem. And it's funny. Rolling Stone locks up all their. So like if you don't, you know how they want to make you pay for a subscription. So
Mhm.
they show you the article and then they'll shrink it down to go, no, you got to buy it. So if you can get at it fast enough, you can copy it, which is
Yeah.
what I tried to do here.
And a side note, are you tired of like all these ads on the side for like
Yeah.
t-shirts that have a paragraph written on them? It's so stupid.
Apparently, there's an ad blocker you can use, and I
Of
don't
course,
know.
you're too cheap.
No, I don't know if I trust the ad blockers in a way. Um, Let me just see some of the chat here. Gilbert's impression of Alan thinking catwalk. Let me catch up. Barbara Doors. Arm, did you know Tony Coburn is doing the hair on Drew Barrymore show? Oh my God, I thought I saw that somewhere. That's good, Barbara Babs. Um, yeah, it's all that's a great connection, and it ain't a coincidence. She probably she probably needs another gig. And when Howard went into fucking agoraphobic Castle Gay Skull, it probably cost her the 24-hour thing. She's not allowed to be there 24. So that's a good catch by you. Bob is tiny. Go kangaroo down, pecking with his nose. Baked potato, baked the egg whites and baked potato. Right, that's all. The cigarettes are sold in this gigantic clear pallet. 500 loose cigarettes for $10. Wow. Depp has a song called "I Saved My Cigarette Butts," and that was
Okay.
with the band P, with
Mhm.
Gibby Haynes from the Butthole Surfers and Flea and stuff.
Isn't the name
Yes,
I know it's
Michael
not
Melvin.
spelled the same. It's just the letter P, but isn't it such a disgusting band name? P.
He doesn't. He thinks it's funny. I don't.
It's
Yeah,
gross.
I think if you have the opportunity to come out with the venue and the fans and the kind of attention he gets, make it good. I think
Mm,
Oprah Noodle Mantra is a much better band name than P.
God.
Oprah Noodle Man- Oprah Noodle Mantra is what Depp uses to check into hotel rooms. That was his. So if you call the hotel he's at, that's the name he goes by.
I
I
think
think
he has
that's a
about
much
20 more other than
yeah.
that.
Well, that was one of the funnier names, and Howard only ate on the air when he was telling a story about jerking off the well-met friend. Sound casual, try to manipulate Jackie for the thing. Yeah, he's always trying to sound casual. He could be straight and have done that. I
Mhm.
love 4 hour show. God forbid they could never eat during. They never understood that either, says Hooper. I know. Eating on the air is the most disrespectful, patronizing, condescending, annoying sound on the fucking planet. Look at Affy with the Toronto Raptor jersey and the that's Vince Carter, Sarah. That's the era you didn't follow the NBA. I always say that you checked out the Vince Carter era is
I
what you
never
did
saw
wrong.
Allen Iverson play once.
Vince Carter is one of the best small forwards I think of all time, and truly one of the probably top 5 dunkers in game or in contest.
He had a
Very
comment
underrated.
though on ESPN this morning. I When the Lakers lose, I celebrate and I watch all the clips from the sports shows about it. So he had the most important comment of the decade. He said, "I am tired of talking about the Lakers."
Good
I
for
said
Vince.
I said bravo.
You know why he said that?
I don't know.
Because he's a guy who played on teams that weren't on the Nets and the Raptors and these teams that the NBA doesn't want to be. He actually played the Lakers in the finals
Mm-hmm.
in 2002.
Mm.
Yeah, 2002 or three. I can't remember which. I think it's three.
Hooper, you're spelling baseball wrong.
Two.
All right, what's the article?
So okay, this is small. I didn't realize how small this is. My fucking Matt Murdock vision. Slim Wilson lived a hell of a life, a tramp classic in the sense he hopped on trains and traveled across the country picking up rent. During their time together, Slim shared stories from his life and several toasts, a wildly outlandish, funny, ribald form of narrative black folk poetry. With Jackson, a decade later, Slim featured heavily in Jackson's 1974 book about toasts. And so this is how the poem goes. So this guy, and it's curious how this guy Jackson, maybe we should get the allegations, found the song. Like, how is he even alerted? Like, I feel like I believe him because it would have to trigger something in you to go, "Oh my God, that's my poem." Who's telling him about this?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know.
Parallel thinking can only, but they've actually admitted to it because they're claiming public domain. So when you claim public domain, it's an admission of guilt. Oh, we're
But
allowed to.
so Depp is suing him, claiming public domain.
No, Depp and Beck are suing him for defamation again
Okay.
because he's a. When someone calls you a thief, there's no coming back from. I mean, there is and there is. It's amazing how Led Zeppelin seemed to skate away from that. But like when Amy Schumer, that's all you think of when you look at her and you go, thief, thief, thief. And I don't think of Depp as a blatant thief. I just don't think he knew anybody. I think they just kind of go, oh, and I think at the age that Jeff Beck's almost 80, that they don't think about copyright issues and stuff. You know
Mm-hmm.
what I mean? Like they don't want to do. They just think, oh well, and maybe he feels like massively entitled. Oh, this poetry, I'm doing them a favor by bringing attention to it, but I'm not going to tell you where I got it from.
Be
This is
careful
the
what you
poem.
say about Jeff Beck. We'll get yelled at in the
Oh
comments
fuck
again.
it. Oh.
Bitches was bragging about the fools they took. Went through the
Okay, this is the actual poem from
Okay.
Hobo Ben that this guy Jackson authored for him.
bitches was bragging about the fools they took. Went through the doorstep, hobo Ben, who hadn't had a dollar since God knows when. He was shaking with the paws, his eyes was red, his lips was chapped, but they heard what he said. Ladies of culture and beauty so refined as there one among you that would grant me wine. I'm raggedy, I know, but I have no stinking. God bless the lady that'll buy me a drink. Heavy-hipped Hattie turned to Nadine with a laugh and said, with that funky motherfucker.
Now, Rolling Stone brought attention to this very passage, so they're targeting what is in the actual song.
Mm-hmm.
It's not I'm not just randomly going to something. This is apparently what's verbatim in the song they do. And you heard it. I'll play it again.
Need child as a bath. So when you limp them crazy Seymour shoes, I bet you my ass the bottoms are made of the Daily News. Say get moving, motherfucker, before I call the man, cause if I had a dime, it wouldn't reach your hand. So Lizzie Lou, of all the dames that hawk this game, now there's a tramp just for you. Lizzie Lou was 4'2" and weighed 555. The fat funky motherfucker was an answer to a hippo's desire. She sat there speaking with a southern drawl, says I wouldn't let him suck the cum from my draw.
Oh my gosh.
Shut up, hoes, and
That's pretty
people
crazy,
like.
right?
I only listen to you spill cause I was raised to be polite, but I think you've said enough for one motherfucking night. Knee deep, you low down, scroungy bitch. You're sitting there like a dog with the 7-year itch. And look at you.
Now you remember some of these lines from the song, right? Just
I
if
do.
going off memory. Gnome de facto writes, "Hey Sarah, are you tracing your finger around Depp's mouse pad?"
I wish I had one. No, it's a
This
laptop.
is fucking
I
brilliant.
wish I could have a mouse pad to look at something nice.
Are we at a point now where we can create our own mouse pads like you can do with
Of course you can. You could do that 20
t-shirts?
years ago.
Oh, okay. I don't know what the
Are
technology
you
you could
keeping
do.
an eye on the backstage area for?
Yeah, I'm looking down.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Melvin writes, Brendan writes, fire hydrants in New York City make me want to punch a baby in the face. I think Brendan understands. It sounds like he's a pretty down to earth guy who understands. I would only speed if I had a turd in the barrel, Tone Cot. I explained to my Philly friends down here that Long Island is a completely different world from New York City. They have their own hockey team. Not only that, Tone Cot, my nephew is telling me he did a thing where it actually has a higher population, Long Island does, than 15 states in the US. So right there, it should break off into its own state. They've been talking about that. I think it should, Sarah.
Certainly vote differently than New York City.
Apparently it's more red. I was told that
Mm-hmm.
it's Long Island 60% red. I've been told. It ain't that's I've got nothing to do with it. I'm 40%. I'm the 40% blue. My own town, and I think Brendan will verify this, is very fucking white wing. And by white, I mean I think our town I think is 99% white, and it's actually got a Republican hall on Main Street, which I didn't really pay attention to when I was a kid. And now it hits me that there is a weird white wing bend to the town.
And they're
When I
probably
think
very
about it.
nice, aren't they?
No, 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 no.
I don't care who you vote for, people. As long as you're nice to me,
Not ever. No, I
you're
wouldn't say
aces in my
nice is
book.
not the word I would use in every situation. It depends. It depends who we're running into.
You had it. I brought your mother from the house of God to the house of sin. And if you tell the truth, bitch, I broke you in. You hoes laying around here with the wino shakes and the nipples itch. You can't sell enough ass to
Ew.
make a bed bug rich. But if you do happen to score for a pint of wine, you start to brag and you done made big time. Say if you find a sucker, give you a quarter for that trim. If syphilis don't kill him, you'll marry him. So you hoes laying around here talking about you call a man. You better try to keep your ass in this coconut shade. Cause if the man come, you make a sad motherfucking parade. According to all those high class pictures that I've ever seen, compared to schoolgirls, you hoes are showing up green. Now look at all these pretty green $100 bills, and look at Hazel turning green round the gills. I know you bitches thought when I walked in I was busting down on my luck, but the next time you see a gentleman, keep your motherfucking mouth shut.
Now the allegation is that Depp and Beck converted that into a song, and who's more aware of this stuff to convert it, and that's okay. They're not going to. David write something interesting. Yeah, comedians also find obscure evening at the Improv from like 1987, and they just steal jokes from it, going, "No one's going to get this. It's you know 35 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Who's going to know? Who's going to know what Rich Jenny did at at the Comedy Store, at the Improv
Yeah,
from
exactly.
1987. I think I'll just steal this. He's dead. Who's going to know?
Mm-hmm.
And they get away with it often. Once you get famous, right? You can't take it back, whether you're Amy Schumer or Carlos
Well, her
Mencia.
especially, like Patrice O'Neill was her friend. It's basically like she dug up his coffin and ripped the pieces of paper out of his pocket that had the jokes on them from when he's laying in his casket. That was just like such a
She's a
shit move.
shoplifter in real life too, so it was even beyond just stealing material. I mean, she was
Mm-hmm.
stealing from people she was touring with, and it all made sense. So, like, was it a Kathy Madigan?
Yeah.
God, who's the other one? The woman John did a podcast with her. John's had like 10 podcasts. Stuttering John has had like 10 different podcasts, and it was Tammy Pascatelli. So she stole from her, Wendy Liebman, so many. There's three others. That's just the female sect, and then there's Mark Maron, and then there's Patrice O'Neill, and I mean,
Yeah.
people have done 2-hour compilations of her stealing material, not just stand up, sketch ideas stolen from Mad TV and Saturday Night or Key and Peele or something like that.
Well,
Crazy, irrefutable. It's not parallel thinking. It is a blatant lift.
she was forgiven quickly because she goes on podcasts and tells everybody how sorry she is because she's white.
No, because and
No, that's
yes,
why.
and she because she became big enough
Mm.
to write her own thing. I know. Well, she's making films, so no comedian if she's gonna throw a cameo appearance at Jim Norton or Colin Quinn or whoever, they're not gonna call her out on it because they're gonna be in her film.
That was, of
She has
course.
enough power to cast people now on this stuff, so they're not gonna getting famous and being is more important than any comedic integrity.
Mhm.
That's the goal. It's not about comedy. It's not about it's about fame and money and attention and the power dynamic which she has. So she got big enough where she, not that you can't cancel her, but it was like, oh, now she can do favors for people because she has she can get a film made and she can throw she could shut them up by giving like Jim Norton a cameo in some stupid movie.
Well, he just
Some
wants
rom-com.
a picture with her to hang on his wall.
Or that. I got to prepare myself for the Australian accent. Here he is. Here he is.
Good timing.
I was
Welcome,
called
sir.
the Long Island accented big mouth.
You are. Oh, God.
That was
Hello.
a drop. You got to be ready
How
for the
are
drops.
you?
That was, what made you go with that one?
Oh, there's so I don't know. It's just to get it done. If you know what I mean. There's so many.
That's fine.
that
It's all good. Did you say hi to Bon Jovial, everyone? Did you hear
What's
the
that
poem we just
shrimp?
read?
That straight shrimp, Asian God. food, Asian whatever. Who cares?
Sarah talking to herself was great.
I'm not trying to derail. Sorry, I'm very late. I got the message earlier.
No,
I'm a bit
that's
late for
their
everyone
fault.
listening. I'm a bit.
No, that's Arm's fault, not our fault.
It's okay. It's.
What are you fucking throwing me under the bus?
Mr. Arm from Radio Gunk.
Throw me under the bus. Did you hear any
Continue,
of the poem
though.
we just read?
No, but
let me just play
I
an
just-
excerpt from. I'll play the end.
okay,
Let's
cool,
play the
cool,
end.
man. Go for it. Go
This
for
is
it.
what. So you know about the plagiarism suit with Depp
I
Beck?
ju- I got your message and I just read about it in Rolling Stone, so that's the first I've heard about it, and I was fascinated by it because it's going to be, and I saw that the Depps and Beck have countersued the,
for defamation.
which I thought was like, wow, are you really going to be that reactionary after what you've just been through for Johnny? You know,
I
like
know,
to see it's full on maneuver there.
It makes me think his legal team is on retainer, so he can just
Yeah.
use him as he sees fit. Which I didn't
Oh, well, he would
realize.
have called up Camille probably and just said, "What do you think?" And she'd probably talk to him for half an hour. And it surprises me that he didn't do anything when Amber did that interview a couple of months ago, where she was basically saying that she didn't do anything wrong. He could have done the same thing to her again. He could have said, "Well, you just did it again."
Yep.
A week or two after. Anyway,
You're
I
talking
was
about the
shocked by
ABC
it.
interview, right? You're talking about the
Dateline.
With the woman
Yes,
interviewed
yeah.
her, yeah, and I thought that was like, whoa, are you asking for trouble? Because Johnny's, so I'm surprised I don't know, but I've just read about this this case now, and I thought, oh God,
Well, we were. I don't know if you heard. I don't think you did. The lead into this was, it's Rolling Stone, which is Depp's that's Hunter S. Thompson's flagship publication, right? So
yeah,
there, you would think they would have a bias towards him, but they had a weird falling out. This writer Stephen Roderick did what Depp called a hit piece on him. He hung out with him for 3 days and just wrote an article about what he saw. And the tag quote from the article was, "It's boyish insouciance has slowly morphed into aging man-child. If Depp isn't a perfect replicant of Elvis's last days, then he's a decent facsimile." And so that was kind of plastered everywhere. And Depp called it a hit piece. He went on to do a follow-up article in GQ to refute the Rolling Stone piece. And then he eviscerated Rolling Stone, going, "Oh, what a piece of shit publication it is now. It's not what it used to be.
Well, it
It's
isn't.
lost
He's
all its
right about that,
integrity." He's
yeah.
right about that.
Insouciant radio.
The drop. Your
But
drops
he's,
are so smooth. Your drops are so smooth that people don't even know that it's not you speaking. They think we're talking.
Is it a compliment or is it that I have too much time on my hand? And
No,
how's
it's a compliment.
my voice? Am I a bit too
Good,
loud?
perfect.
Can Sarah? Am I all right compared to John?
It's a little higher, but I think it's fine.
Yeah, I think it's
Okay, cool. Continue though from what you were saying about this,
So
John.
now,
Yeah.
so now what you saw, Rolling Stone's like, "Fuck you, you're not going to smear us. They waged war on him, so they're writing plagiarism pieces on him." What's the irony, Bon, of Rolling Stone mightily accusing Depp of plagiarism from Hunter S. Thompson protege, disciple?
Well, when you talk about the love of it's that writer loved Depp, I guess. So that if what you're saying about them loving Hunter S. Thompson and Depp, how long ago was that kind of article? 10 years ago, 15 years ago?
The Roderick piece?
Yes.
No,
Yeah.
it was 4 years ago.
There you go. So maybe different writers come in, maybe different editor
That's
who
true.
doesn't like him. It's all in that. It's all in that sort of way. It changes, and they love different bands. All of these magazines, like English magazines, like the NME, they all love when they're having the Oasis and the Blur wars. They'd all take
Yes.
sides. It's all like that. It's biased, I guess.
Where I would defend the writer is he was brought in and he said, Depp agreed to, I'm going to call it like I see it. I'm going to spend 3 days with you. And this is what I've observed. I'm not a fanboy. I'm not coming at this.
Yeah, I read that back then. I remember reading
great
about
piece.
him drinking wine all day in the castle, sort of his dungeonous mansion.
And his hours, like he had completely flipped. He was a total vampire, you know.
Yeah,
it's
I
like what
remember
Sarah
that, yeah.
described me as, waking up at 3:00 in the afternoon. And
Let me interrupt for a second. Philly, again, you have gone above and beyond. We thank you, as always. Super chat. You see that?
yeah, Tony, thank you. I'm gonna go now. I was just looking at Tony.
Wow.
Coburn.
That's
Thank
really
you, Philly.
generous.
Again,
That's-
Philly, you
that's
can
nice.
you can make a comment anytime.
You can call me the C word. I would take it for that super chat.
Oh my goodness.
Cunty. That was a Paris Hilton thing when they used to say that she coined cunty. Was it?
I don't know.
No. Martha Stewart's daughter, Kimberly Stewart, coined cunty, and that was during
Wow.
a feud. That's when that's
My
she
radio
popped
is
the
shaking.
Kylo Sierra Alpha, welcome. Finally, I'm home. Hi, Kylo. So, this is the poem that has been busted. That they apparently they say that Beck and Depp said, "Oh, this guy who's gonna remember this stupid old poem? We'll use it in our song. We'll use it verbatim. No one's gonna catch it. No one's gonna know." And apparently, this writer caught him. And this is how this goes. Let me just give you the last part of it.
High class pictures that I've ever seen compared to schoolgirls. You hoes are showing up green. Now look at all these pretty green $100 bills, and look at Hazel turning green round the gills. I know you bitches thought when I walked in I was busting down on my luck, but the next time you see a gentleman, keep your motherfucking mouth shut.
Oh boy.
This is another part of it.
You hoes laying around here with the wino shakes and the nipples itch. You can't sell enough ass to make a bed bug rich. But if you do happen to score for a pint of wine, you start to brag and you done made big time. Say if you find a sucker, give you a quarter for that trim. If syphilis don't kill him, you'll marry him. Say you hoes laying around here talking about you called a man, you better try to keep your ass in this coconut shade, cause if the man come, you make a sad motherfucking parade. According to all the
That's the title of the song.
Well,
Sad motherfucking parade. And I'll stop it there and I'll play you what the song is.
It's
and
just a coincidence. I'm just
yeah,
kidding.
that's barrel thinking, sure. Okay, so here's the song.
First of all, I like this song.
It's an interesting attempt at,
it's very Tom Waitsy-ian
You
sort
good?
of.
Good comparison. Okay, I hear this.
Yep.
Fair use.
Sad motherfucking parade. Big time motherfucker. Big time motherfucker. Big time motherfucker. Big time motherfucker. Get moving, motherfucker, before I call a man. Big time motherfucker. Cause if I had a dime, it wouldn't reach your hand.
We just heard that line.
He's even got the accent going.
We heard he's doing an imitation of the guy. They listened to the poet and they had Depp mimic the what's his name? Hobo Ben.
So my question with Depp and Oh my God, Jeff Beck
Jeff.
suing the guy. Is he suing the guy for defamation directly? Or like,
He's suing the writer, Jackson, Bruce Jackson.
okay, so the guy that we heard reciting the poem.
I think he claims to have intellectual ownership over it. This is not the guy. This guy's dead. This hobo
Okay, so
being
my other question was, if he's dead, is Depp suing the estate of this guy?
could be as well.
Okay, how sad. Because you know
But I
there's no
think
money
I don't know
there.
what's in it for him money wise.
There's no money there, probably, I would assume.
I think that team, I think that Ben Chu, I think they're on retainer, and I think he could just use them like
Yeah.
literally as he sees
Mm.
fit. And they know what a great client he is. Who wouldn't want to work for Depp, knowing what they just the fame they just got off this trial and shit. Like they're superstar lawyers now. Like why
Yeah.
wouldn't you just do anything he asked, no matter how petty this might be?
I
But
can't
once
defend. I
someone
can't defend this whatsoever.
when somebody you just heard the line, right?
I
He just
know.
decided it was I just happened to play the right line, and Rolling Stone chose it deliberately to smear him. And in this crazy war they're in now, I just don't know. When someone calls you a thief, especially with someone like Depp who really tries to, I mean, as long as we've known him, tries to pride himself on utter originality and integrity and to fly the kind of artistic flag. When someone calls you a thief, it is the worst thing you could be called. Right? I mean, is there anything worse in this business in
No.
someone in Depp's mentality than be called a thief?
No.
It's anti-art, it's anti-integrity, it's anti-everything. Let me play some more.
Big time, motherfucker. You're sitting there like a dog with the 7-year itch. Big time, motherfucker. You can't sell enough ass to make a bed rubber itch. Sad motherfucking parade. Big time, motherfucker. Funky motherfucker. Shut up. Big time, motherfucker.
Now you heard that shut up and everything. I mean,
Mhm.
you just don't get to do this. At least throw the dude a shekel. You know, you heard about Bruce Hornsby gets incredible publishing from Tupac Shakur's Changes.
Mhm.
He uses the way it is it's the whole song. It's 90%. And I think Hornsby, I actually heard him on Howard in 2006. He said he made a ton of money off that song. Changes, not just the way it is, Tupac's version. So he had a whole new audience with it. And he's obsessed with publishing rights. So I don't think these people cared enough back then or whatever. Or they like looked at it was dangling and they like, I'll just, no one's going to know you or care. I'm just going to take it and use it.
I'm
Go ahead, Bob. Sorry.
I'm reading this Rolling Stone thing and so yeah, this man, I mean, they did lift lines from this right from it, like you're saying, like you're probably going to play the clip shortly, but
Well, Bon, you're an
the-
artist. What would you do if you kind of were out there and two massive stars in their respective fields took your lines verbatim?
well, if I was in a position like Depp's, that fame, yeah, I mean,
If
yeah,
you
you'd
were-
be pissed because, like, what I'm reading is the lines. Like he says, I'm raggedy, I know, but I have no stink. God bless the lady that'll buy me a drink. And what that funky motherfucker really needs, child, is a bath.
It's very specific.
And it's the verse 2 of Depp's is ain't had a dollar since God knows when. I'm raggedy, I know, but I have no stink. God bless a lady that'll buy me a drink. Sad motherfucking parade. You can't argue that if you've got it in an actual letters written by someone in a document. So they're gonna settle out of court is what you would do.
It's just a coincidence. I'm just kidding.
It's so
No, yeah,
ridiculously
it's-
specific. And then it's kind of patronizing because you guys like Depp and Beck talking about ain't had a dime since. Even that's kind of
Yeah, that's cringe.
that's like he really he doesn't get douche chills saying that, knowing he's going from Cincinnati to Owensboro in a private jet, and he's
Yeah.
writing about, there's Monique. Look at Monique. We were just talking about you in some capacity. We were talking about how generous you are in the chat, how you spend more time on the chat than most any other podcast in the same stratosphere with the amount of live viewers. How you don't do the thing where the grifters do, and how you have integrity in that way. That's what it was, right? That was the topic. How she spends.
I think so.
Yes, spends way more.
And God bless for the shekels. That's what's on my mind.
We talked about Judaism before, right?
Yeah.
The most Jewish towns on Long Island. That was last night.
Yeah, well.
Big time motherfucker. Sad motherfucking parade. Bust it down on my level. Big time motherfucker. Ain't had a dollar since God knows when.
Oh.
Big time motherfucker. I'm raggedy, I know, but I have no sting. Big time motherfucker. God bless a lady that'll buy me a drink. Sad motherfucking parade.
All right, you get the hit. And this is now the new. I'm going to play a video of somebody reporting on the outlet. So the counter sue for defamation. And where is it?
I gotta say, I love that music though. I would take an instrumental
it's
of
cool.
that.
Well, do you hear what Bon compared it to?
I'm
No.
surprised Tom Waits isn't suing
Oh,
for
yeah.
the music.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a huge Tom Waits fan. You listen to Mule Variations, that album, or Bone Machine. This is like lifted from that. So,
Guess who else is a huge Tom Waits fan? Not just every
Depp.
cool factor. Depp is. So
Yeah.
where do you think he got the arrangement for that? Do you think? What do you think inspired that?
it's
arrangement?
all that.
Without
yeah,
a doubt,
for sure.
you nailed it, and nobody's brought that up yet. I've yet to hear the most nerdiest of music nerds bring up the Tom Waits connection. I didn't connect. I don't know Tom Waits well enough to have gone to that, but I think you're spot on. Oh yeah,
For sure.
Monique's got it. The fucking Sopranos theme song. Woke up.
Oh, yeah,
this
there's that
morning.
too.
I think
Yeah.
it's much better than the
God,
theme
it's such.
song.
It all comes full circle with Steven Van Zandt. We're about to play, and Howard and Springsteen, and isn't it crazy how you can connect all these dots? You know that Sopranos theme song, right? Woke up.
It's an amazing
morning,
song. It's
got myself a gun. I used to think Steven Van Zandt did that until you find out later who it really is, because it sounds like he should be doing. Why wouldn't you use Steven Van Zandt to do the theme song of The Sopranos?
yeah, he should have played at least some music in it, like guitar playing. I'm surprised he
Yeah.
didn't. God, it was good. And the way they edited that intro to The Sopranos with that music, fuck, that was cool. With Tony pulling up in his car, it's just like, oh, God.
Melvin goes, Depp and that's Depp and blackface. That's Depp's version of blackface. Monique,
Oh.
what are we listening to? We're listening to the plagiarism accusations of Jeff Beck and Johnny Depp's album. They were told that they plagiarized off an old blues poem from the 60s. A guy named Hobo Ben. And this
Yes,
guy,
yep.
Bruce Jackson, is being sued for accusing them of it for defamation. It just never ends. It never ends. The lawsuits never end.
Without further ado, I will turn it
This is
over to Professor Bruce Jackson.
It's Hobo Artie.
He looks like Danny Depp, doesn't he, Sarah? Depp's
Thank
brother.
you all for coming.
That's Bruce Jackson, a professor, author, folklorist, and apparently professional SHT stirrer.
Oh,
This
God.
time, though, it appears he has bitten more than he can chew, as the victims of his attack are not just very famous celebrities. They're also fighting back hard. Stick around, we have all the juicy deets for you. The professor accused none less than Johnny Depp and Jeff Beck of stealing his intellectual property in their new album. Best bet that didn't sit well with the two stars, as they have decided to sue him for defamation. Seems like someone would be getting the Amber legal beating experience soon. For Johnny and Jeff Beck, the authors claim that they jacked lyrics to one of their songs from an old poem. Reeks heavily of an attempt at cash grab. Talk about daytime robbery, blackmail style. According to the folklorist, Johnny Depp and Jeff Beck stole the lyrics to their song Sad Mother F Parade from an old toast performed by an inmate and shared in one of Jackson's books. For the duo, the accusation makes no sense at all.
Let's do that again.
Depp and Jeff Beck stole the lyrics to their song Sad Mother F Parade from an old toast performed by an inmate and shared in one of
Voices from Death Row, second edition, Bruce Jackson and Diane Christian. You guys heard it, and without any bias, just completely impartial. It's a blatant plagiarism. You don't make that. There's no parallel. I mean, that's like Amy Schumer level parallel thinking. It's just crazy. You know what I mean? But they're not even claiming parallel thinking. They're saying it's intellectual property that we have every right to. It's not copyrighted. This is public domain.
It's Amy Schumer suing Von DiCarlo, Patrice O'Neal's girlfriend.
Oh my God, what a reference that is.
And, for defamation. Just
That's
go
good.
and squat on his grave while you're at it.
That's so good. That would be great if she did do that. Von DiCarlo is Patrice O'Neal's. Were they engaged, Sarah?
She says they were. I don't know if they were.
And Amy Schumer obviously stole a ton of stuff from Patrice O'Neal. And if she decided to do a lawsuit, right, that would be phenomenal drama in the comedy community. That would be great.
That would be
Just don't
great.
Give her ideas. You should tweet her, Sarah, and tell her to do it.
I think she wants to forget the accusation, so she's going to stay quiet as possible.
She's a huge NBA fan, by the way.
Oh, good.
She's from Pittsburgh.
I can tell.
She went to high school with Beth. She dated Beth's brothers.
She looks like she's from Pittsburgh.
I want to feel the sun.
Jackson's books. For the duo,
What
the
does that
accusation makes no sense at all, since
What? I want you to explain yourself, sister. She looks like she's from Pittsburgh. You wanna back that up?
Are we talking about Amy Schumer?
No, we're talking about you. You look like you're from Pittsburgh.
Oh,
What
no.
the
I thought we were talking
fuck
about
does
Amy
that
Schumer's
mean?
from Pittsburgh.
No, I was just kidding.
It's like she's built like a Steelers fan. So.
She's Bill Cowher's jaw. And Mike Tomlin's Aviators.
the toast doesn't have clear origins. They claim that even Jackson himself has admitted the person who shared the poem with him admitted it was passed down over time like an old folktale.
Looks like Depp's
But in
brother,
other
Danny.
words, it belongs to no one as far as they're concerned. The toast, known as
Okay,
Hobo
let's hear that
Beck,
again. This is their claim.
admitted the person who shared the poem with him admitted it was passed down over time like an old folktale. Put in other words, it belongs to no one as far as they're concerned. The toast, known as Hobo Ben goes, ladies of culture and beauty so refined, is there one among you that would grant me wine? I'm raggedy, I know, but I have no stink, and God bless the lady that'll buy me a drink. Heavy-hipped Hattie turned to Nadine with a laugh and said, what that funky mother effing really need, child, is a bath. On the other hand, their song features similar lyrics with lines like, I'm raggedy, I know, but I have no stink. God bless a lady that'll buy me a drink. From court documents available on the case already, it's clear that Johnny and Jeff Beck are pissed. This man has evidently gone around thrashing their names, so it's only fair to hit back with all they've got. Of course, Johnny and his friend are not the only ones angry about this, as their fans have also come out to bash the folklorist. For one,
That's what he banks on too. The Deptford wives will go nuts on whoever comes at him like that. He banks on that. I think he really depends on that at this point.
fan, Bruce Jackson's action is just overboard. As they said, thank you for sharing this, Laura. It was exactly as I was saying. I don't trust the media spin and anything anymore. A folktale toast is public domain. Hobo Ben has no clear origins. There is nothing wrong with transformation like Johnny Depp and Jeff Beck did. The die is cast, and we are now waiting for the court. Someone might soon need to ask Amber Heard for tips. But for now, that's all from us guys.
What do you think, everyone? Dorian Morgan says here, and leave it to Dorian, this is kind of brilliant. Suing the person you stole from is like dealing with a drug addict who stole something from you, then helps you try to look for the stolen item. I think that was a plot in Breaking Bad at one point. That's pretty good. Monique goes, because Depp has a slight victim mentality that people like to pick on. He does. He definitely is. He's turning into a professional victim in many capacities. And only to be a professional victim, you have to be slightly enabled to do it. In some ways, he has a case. In some ways, he doesn't. And you got to own stuff like this. I mean, this is like, what would you say? It's like a Christmas poem that he thinks he is public domain.
Well, they're using The book they've written is using excerpts from those letters that this hobo Ben is wrote. So if you can't get back, because he's dead, so if you can't go right back for the provenance of the letters, unless they bought the letters, and I don't think that the article I was reading, I don't think that the people that made that book bought the letters from anyone. So
They never
this is
covered
where
their
it
ass
gets
back
in.
then.
Maybe. So Depp might get away with it, and maybe.
Nice use of Providence, Melania Kanakaridis. I've not all the episodes of Radio Gunk and this. I've yet to hear the word Providence until you just used it. Congratulations, sir. You just used Providence.
Providence. It's a great word too. It's
Oh, my Rick Pitino over here. Awesome. For dinner, I went to the Columbia Cuban restaurant. I had the 1905 salad with some mussels, says Monique. Okay.
that sounds nice.
You want to get
Why
to
would they call it the 1905 salad? Is there a 1906 salad? Is everything just like that's what it's like in Japan? You
that
just
one is
order
that
the
one
number.
is croutons, Bon. The 1906 comes with croutons.
It's $19.05 for a sprig of lettuce.
Romaine. That's romaine lettuce for you. That's inflation with romaine lettuce. You want to get to this, or you want to get to the Steven Van Zandt town? So Depp does a town. This is crazy because it ties in with Springsteen doing Howard. By the way, do you think Howard had any access to Depp because of the schedule? He couldn't get him, and he could have gotten him had the schedule been on the. Do you think there was any notion to pitch Depp to the Stern Show?
Oh, this year after the trial, you mean?
Yeah.
I don't think.
I wish he was. Oh, I would love that interview.
To have him backpedal on all the bullshit that he spewed.
He would never.
Imagine the interview would be so bad as well. Oh God, I wish you could go on there.
Well, you had a woke Howard. I hate saying woke, but it was him trying with a 3-week, too old, too late, out of touch, horrible, sloppy. He's watching clips and trying to comment on it with no bite, with no spin, with no knowledge of the trial. Is the worst spin or take on the trial I have heard in the entire world of pop culture.
Mm-hmm.
And it got quoted. It got quoted in articles.
It's only based off of what the crowd in the Hamptons was talking about and what their opinions of it is or was.
Just taking Johnny's side, yeah.
Well, he backpedaled as soon as Robert Downey Jr. set him straight because that's Depp's pal.
Did he really?
Yeah.
How far did he backpedal?
He hummed like he just kind of. He's like, well, I don't really, I don't really know the whole thing, but it seems like, and he was just trying to. Without, you know what I mean? Like with even the backpedaling was super lazy and cold Chinese food-esque.
Mm-hmm.
We never, like part of our Depp Stern series on Thursday night, we're building up to that. So we didn't play it because we were afraid of the copyright. We got a copyright when we played it initially on Radio Gunk, I believe.
Of course.
So we didn't even go back. He backpedaled and hominid out of it because Robert Downey Jr. set him straight, who's Depp's buddy. And by the way, Bon, I just saw this. I was looking up this one of Depp's old buddies. So Depp has a friend who was at it with the trial. His name is Josh Richmond. He was on an episode of 21 Jump Street playing a recurring character named Ronnie Seabach.
Okay.
And he's just one of these Hollywood grifters he's a manager, he's a dealer, he's a friend, he's an actor. He's whatever you want him to be in the moment. Sarah and I believe he's a drug dealer.
Don't put Sarah in this.
Sarah believes he's a drug dealer.
No.
That's one of the many things he did. So while do you remember when Robert Downey Jr. went to prison? He actually is a celebrity who actually had consequences and went to prison in the early 2000s, and everybody was, ripping on him and stuff.
I want you to go to jail for this.
Yes.
You hear the little pause, the Langford pause. I'm like, why isn't he fun? Of course, he's got a brilliant drop to throw on me. So when Robert Downey Jr. was in jail, this guy Josh Richmond was kind of up his ass while he was in jail, and so Robert Downey Jr. made paintings this is how the celebrity painting things. So he was doing paintings in jail, and he was giving the paintings to this guy Josh Richmond to deal to Robert Downey Jr.'s Hollywood friends to get him set up when he got out of prison. And Depp was one of the people he was selling them to.
By the way, since you're pausing, thank you, Lauren Marie. You're great to us as always. Appreciate it.
She's phenomenal comments in the Patreon we got to read too. She has a great about everything, about the Tubi movie. I don't know if she wrote about Jump Street, but she has some great harangues, I should say.
Since Arm is very far behind on this chat, Melvin says, Monique, can you do a one-on-one with Red Bar? He's such a funny oddball troll. I don't think Red Bar would ever agree to that.
He's hard to get. He's very dodgy, right? He's not easy to
I would love it, but he would never agree to that.
I just
I think he's even more self-conscious because of his illness.
Just sent Monique a link just to see what happens. We'll see what she does with it. It's about time. I didn't know she was into this, but this is Sirius XM, and so they pre-taped this. This is 2 weeks in advance, and I said this before. This is so they can dub in the music. So they do a straight interview with Steven Van Zandt, who is obviously from the E Street Band. He has his own channel, Little Steven's Garage. It was there before Howard's channels. It's one of the staples. It's very successful as far as they play like kind of garage band music. And he got Depp for a town hall 2 weeks ago. And of course, it was on a Thursday or Friday. Howard was actually on vacation when this happened. So I don't know which of the Stern people are in the fucking compound that saw him, if they tried anything with him. And it's about an hour long. And I think it goes something like this. So I did go ahead, Sarah. But
also, so the video doesn't glitch, take the chat off the screen.
Okay.
Or the audio doesn't glitch.
Public domain.
We already got 9 copyright claims on the last video you put up. I'm gonna get 9 more.
Going tour. We now go in. It was recorded in front of a live. The Underground Garage is proud to present Jeff Beck and Johnny Depp in conversation with Stevie Van Zandt. It was recorded in front of a live audience at the SiriusXM studio and headquarters in New York City. Beck and Depp discussed their collaborations together, including the new album and their ongoing tour. We now go into the studio for Jeff Beck and Johnny Depp with Stevie Van Zandt in the Underground Garage.
Greetings, freaks, misfits, and outcasts. Little Steven here. Welcome to the Underground Garage and our exclusive conversation with 2 of our favorite people, Jeff Beck and Johnny Depp, as we celebrate their new album, 18.
Pause for
Welcome, Crazy Robin. Go ahead, Sarah.
The chat might glitch the MP3. I'm just letting you know. But are those scarves hanging in front of Van Zandt?
Yeah, he's really the originator of all this stuff. He makes a joke about Jack Sparrow at the end of this, that he thinks that, forget Keith Richards, you stole Jack Sparrow from me.
Yes.
That towards the end of this. Has anyone actually seen Steven Van Zandt's hair in the vein of Bret Michaels and blah blah blah? And who's the other one wearing the schmott all the time, Sarah?
I'm trying. Sorry.
You never see their hair. Bret Michaels, Steven Van Zandt is another one that fits right into the. We'll think of it as it goes.
All of them now, but look, is that his normal position? His posture? It looks painful.
Depp or Steven Van Zandt?
No, Van Zandt.
Steven, he's got his hands leaning on. He's holding.
They call him leaning Steven.
Is he sitting on a chair backwards or something? You know what I mean?
I think so.
Good lord.
He's got to drape the scarves over the front to show him off.
Yeah, what is that? Okay, yeah, I see it. I'm looking at the. So, Jeff Beck is on. I'm trying to remember.
I beg your indulgence for the next 5 minutes or so. I must provide a bit of context for these 2 special gentlemen. There's a rule in show business that the first time an audience finds you, if you're lucky enough for an audience to find you, they define you. And if you're smart, you pretty much hang on to that identity with both hands as long as you can. These two gentlemen have spent a lifetime breaking that rule, much to our listening and viewing pleasure. After a couple of tries of keeping the same band together, Jeff decided every record would be a new adventure. After his groundbreaking work with the Yardbirds, Jeff proved to be a master in multiple genres, from blues to rockabilly, hard rock, jazz fusion. And that includes having instrumental hits, which used to be a regular part of the pop charts.
David Rich, Jeff Beck looks like the Fox pilot Howard in like 1987. That's when the Fox network launched. That's kind of funny, Sarah. We Bon Jovial too. We just did the Jump Street. When the Fox network started, one of the things they tried to do is Howard got rejected of a late night show. The whole Joan Rivers thing. That was part of the launch of Fox. I forgot about that. That was 1987. That's exactly what David's talking about. He did a pilot audition for Fox that got mightily rejected. And that was when Fox is trying to do this edgy brand, right? They got away with language at the other three networks. They pushed it as far as you could possibly push it language-wise. And Howard was
glad.
Yep.
I'm glad they rejected him. Wow.
I know. Do you really think he would? You really think he had the work ethic to keep that up? There's no way he would have kept that up.
No. And how high was he on their
fails.
list? You can't imagine, and executives would be like seriously considering it.
They never really did anything in late night. It was like Joan Rivers, Arsenio Hall, and they never committed to it. They just were afraid to go against. Arsenio was on in my area. It was called UPN Channel 9, and it did very well. I mean, it really he challenged Carson pretty mightily, and there was no, Letterman was at 12:30, and Fox, I think Gary Shandling was always in the running. Shandling's name always came up for those late night weird shows, and Fox never really committed to it. They just couldn't. They couldn't. I think ratings was their issue. They couldn't deal with how low it would have been. It just wasn't worth the money.
But had gone out of fashion for quite a long time until he actually single-handedly brought that back. Beginning with Jeff's Boogie, and then the incredible Beck's Bolero, the amazing Rice Pudding, and onto Freeway Jam and Star Cycle, etc. Along the way, he became known as not only one of the great guitar players of all time, but a guy you could depend on to turn you on to great singers and great collaborators. Beginning with his first solo band after he left the Yardbirds,
Love you too, Crazy
he introduced
Robin.
us to a singer named Rod Stewart, the greatest singer any of us had ever heard. I tell the story in the book how our bass player came breathless into rehearsal.
Yeah, Barbara DeRush is right. Loverboy had the bandana initially, right? That was known for it in the 80s. That's exactly right. Little Steven's first solo album, Men Without Women, is the best album Springsteen never made, Ben 4810 says. It's a great New York City album. I will check that out, Ben. I didn't know that. Do you know that, Bon? Men
No,
Without
I've
Women?
never heard. I've never heard
Steven?
any of Steven's music, but I'm
Very underrated, I think, as an icon all to himself. Again, his name is on these serious channels, and that was Howard's dream, is to put his name on something where he didn't have to do the work. And he kind of shows up to do this. I don't think he has a regular show. If I'm mistaken, I apologize. If anyone listens to that Little Steven Garage, Sarah, you know who's a DJ slot on that channel?
No.
Michael Deba.
Oh, of course he does.
Love makes a man weak, Officer Hardigan. I learned that early on, but you never learned it at all.
With 16 magazine or whatever it was before Crawdaddy and Rolling Stone. And he says, look, Rod Stewart is white. And we said, get the fuck out of here. There's no fucking way he's white. And we didn't believe he was white until we saw.
Bon, do you recognize that guitar riff that's playing under it, very much under it, that it started the show with? Is that a
is it
Jeff
still
Beck riff?
it's still playing at the moment when you're
live
playing the
with Phil
clips.
I'll just play
nah.
really briefly.
Yeah.
This is
Okay.
Studio and head.
That's pretty much the nature of it. Do you recognize that at all?
No, but it.
Okay, maybe it's new.
I'm not
It
sure.
might be Steven's intro music, for all I know. You know, it might be his regular when he does a musical town hall. This is probably a regular gig for him. I'm assuming. I haven't heard another one.
He might have
You know how-
recorded it. It might be from one of his
Yeah,
albums, I guess,
that could
his
be
solo
too.
albums.
Yep.
Yeah,
Can I tell you my
no
favorite Matt Dillon story
fucking
real
way he's
briefly?
white. And we didn't believe he was white until we saw him live at the Fillmore East.
We'll
Jeff
assume
introduced
that
us
he's
to Ronnie
bald.
Wood as a phenomenal bass player, and he is phenomenal on those first two albums. We'd never heard of Nicky Hopkins, you know, the great session piano player, and that way he was also in Jeff's first band. And that pattern would continue to this day. Bobby Tench, Max Middleton, Jon Hammer, narrator Michael Walden, Jimmy Hall, Imelda May, Joss Stone, Rhonda Smith, you know, it's so many, right? We can't name them all. Rosie.
That's okay, Lauren. We look forward to your comments. I don't know if you watched Jump Street when it originally aired, if you went and watched after the fact. I would love to know what you think about the show. I can't assume that everybody saw it when it aired, but I love that Bon actually watched it and he's sawing it. But these are the original airings of the show with the music fully restored and whatever deleted scenes they took out.
Bones, Carmen Vandenberg. So you know, if Jeff ever needs a gig to fall back on, you know, he'd make a great A&R guy. I'm telling you that right now. But that brings us to his latest discovery, this new kid named Johnny Depp. It may seem a bit odd at first until you realize that Johnny was a musician before he was an actor. Something I would personally recommend for anyone planning on doing both. See what I did there? Once he started acting, other than a few pirate movies, which he borrowed most of my clothes for, his roles would be as varied as Jeff's genre-jumping expertise. From Edward Scissorhands to constables and cops in Sleepy Hollow and Donnie Brasco, various gangsters, demon barbers, to Ed Wood, my personal favorite. You know, he took us to Wonderland and chocolate factories and introduced a whole new generation to legendary real-life characters.
I love Steven writing this for himself and reading off his own Depp biography, filmography, right up. Bon, do you know, was he right about that? How many different genres has Jeff Beck participated in music-wise?
Lots. Like, I mean, he primarily does sort of rock, what you'd call sort of rock, blues rock. But like on that Depp album, you're changing genres all the time. You go, there's industrial, you know, with the Killing Joke cover. So but yeah, I'd just say like blues rock, but the stuff I've heard is mainly that. So that's why I liked their album, because it went through some crazy styles. It was psychedelic sort
That's
of
an
stuff.
underrated
There's
part. You're right.
Pink Floyd stuff on it.
By the way, I'm not a guitar nerd as far as like but I do love David Gilmour's guitar.
Oh man,
I think, and everybody does, I know, but it's got that hypnotic thing, man. I remember hearing driving. It's always driving around with your older sister and my brother-in-law, my now brother-in-law, and they'd have everybody. That generation is forced to keep the Dinosaur Rock Station on, and they play the same 30 songs over and over again. And anytime I heard Pink Floyd, it was just hypnotic. There's something about that guitar versus everybody else's that just moved me, unlike I was ever like in Vernon Reid from Living Color.
He's the master. He's probably my favorite guitarist, like of all time. Like, I know I've read so many interviews, watched so many documentaries. It's crazy. His guitar playing, his actual main guitar, the black Fender Strat that they call it Blackie. It's like iconic. Everything about his playing.
That's what
is
Sarah
incredible.
named John Stamos. And what was the soap opera, Sarah?
You mean the producers of General Hospital named John Stamos, Blackie?
Darky.
No, shut up. Were you talking? I was getting a tea. Were you talking about? Oh my God, Pink Floyd.
Think about David Gilmour and Pink Floyd.
Comfortably Numb is the best guitar solo ever.
You're almost right. Pretty much out of Gilmour's playing, I mean, I tried to play that in a band when I was like 20 years ago. I tried to sing it, and it's really hard. We gave it up. Like, he's a great singer. his guitar playing is, most people recognize him for it, but he was also a great singer. You listen to Dark Side of the Moon, you listen to Wish You Were Here. Fucking hell, man. And back then he was very good looking compared to Roger Waters. So he
As
to have
are
him
you,
as
sir.
the lead
As
singer.
are you.
And he would play shirtless.
As do
Yeah, he
you,
was
ma'am.
so cool. He was like,
I didn't know that he took his shirt off during the.
Yeah, he was all right.
Okay.
There's a, what is it? That song Animals?
yes,
Shirtless.
that
He's
album.
shirtless outside playing guitar. It's like, all right.
Yeah, that's live at Pompeii
Oh,
DVD,
yeah, you're right.
I think,
You're right.
which is awesome. Awesome.
Let's see Steven Van Zandt take his shirt off here. I think he might.
Oh God.
Guys, by the way, I want you to take a look at the top left. What is the deal with the audience? Are they behind this thing, or is that a
Oh, I
reflection
didn't
of any
notice
kind?
that until
It's
now.
probably a
I'm
reflection.
just noticing it now.
It's
Do
probably
they
a
have them
reflection.
sequestered away from everybody?
No. It's a
Oh,
reflection.
don't give me that, Liz Cheney. Okay, and I don't know if that's is that a mirror? Because I don't know.
It's
a
just a
weird
glass, I guess.
Okay.
Glass, yeah, they're
Oh, it's
reflecting
glass,
it.
okay.
But it's bad. Whoever designed it, the set, to be able to see them like that looks weird. And
Well,
now I'm not. It's
They're
very
they're
weird.
broke. They're paying a massive contract right
That's
now
because
for somebody to sit in
Howard
his
stole all the
basement.
money. Howard took all the money. That's right. That's why Depp and Beck are sitting on
IKEA
two-
chairs.
that Fred Norris got into a road rage at IKEA.
Character of characters, Hunter S. Thompson. Well, lately he's been revisiting his roots and started the Hollywood Vampires with Alice Cooper and Joe Perry, and co-wrote most of their second album, Rise.
This is
So
the
he's
longest
back into
intro
the
ever.
music, and we are
Yeah, it
better
is.
for it. So, Jeff, let's begin with how did you guys meet, and how did...
Okay, I have not known this story. How I've been talking about this and conjecturing this, and I had no idea. My theory was that their agent hooked them up. That's how it works. And whether it's you're meeting abroad or you're meeting another celebrity that you fawn over, your agent hooks it up. If you're as big like Depp is and they can do whatever you want, you just wave the magic wand, voila!
Well, that's
and
often how they communicate with
yeah,
peasants in the outside world.
someone who has no social skills always is making friends or broads are in front of them. So it's their agent that's doing all this.
It's kind of creepy. Like, you look at the Tom Cruise meeting Katie Holmes.
That's
His
right.
agent organized the whole thing, which is
But
just like,
apparently that's not the case here, Bon. This is what Depp
Ooh,
tells us how they
go for it.
I did not know this.
that turn into the new album?
There was a knock on the dressing room door. So we got a German lady drummer, so I picked up her accent. And they said, the guy said that Johnny Depp's here. I went, oh, cool. I knew about the pirates. I'd never seen the film. And I said, yeah, bring him in. Ding. It was, we just burst out laughing straight away. It was, like
It was weird.
When was this?
you know,
When was it? About?
16.
It was
It was in Japan.
Tokyo, yeah. They were giving
Tokyo.
Jeff an award over there, and
I needed friendship at that point because we'd been corralled into doing a horrible show. Yeah.
yeah.
And there was supposed to be an all-star jam afterwards, and Jimmy Page was supposed to be there with a guitar, and he never even brought a guitar.
But he brought the award. Yeah.
The Japanese were applauding like mad after I finished my 3 numbers, and they stopped before I walked off the stage in horror, because where was the jam? Nowhere, that's where.
Oh, wow.
So
No one yet, so I had to sort of run out of the building. And I needed his friendship at that point.
Bon, have you ever heard Jeff Beck speak? Because that's the first time I'm hearing him speak in all this
yeah,
time.
I haven't heard much of him speak. I'm thinking more as I hear that music in the background that's Jeff Beck's music for sure. That sounds very much like him. But this interview's a dud.
Have you ever heard him sing?
No. I've watched live shows of him just playing guitar, and he has other people singing, but I haven't heard him sing. It probably won't be impressive. This interview's no good. It's flat. Like,
Yeah,
if I was sitting there, like the people in the background, I'd just be going, oh. I mean, they're all just happy to be there in front of Depp, I guess. So that's
Yeah.
Yeah,
Most of
I'd
those
be-
girls have no idea who the older guy is.
That's the funniest thing ever is the Deptford wives and the fangirls being subjected to Jeff Beck pretending they care about the music is the funniest, phoniest thing there is going. It's so hilarious. John O'Reilly would probably tell you, like the average age, like the crowd is, you know, comprised of women that girls that are young enough to be his great granddaughter, have no idea who he is, don't know Jeff Beck from Jeff Dunham, and will just do anything. It is, and they will lapdog and anything they say. They will laugh at any attempt at humor, any attempt at self-deprecation, and just nod along. And it is crazy to have fans like this that just to show up. Could you imagine? He's pushing 80, and there are girls and they're 23-year-old just they have no idea. It's really an insane juxtaposition of generation. What is it, Z?
I thought he was 30 with that hair.
Yeah, the hair is 32. No, the hair is 20.
The hair is 2.
The hair is 2.
You ever notice every baby boomer thinks
was
they're
there.
unique for being a Beatle maniac?
That's a drop. I wanted to say that, and he beat me to it. I was just about to say that.
In Japan for the Jeff thing, because Joe Perry from Aerosmith, ka-ting. That's what happens when you drop names. There's a loud noise. So Joe was there, and he asked me to play with him to open up for Jeff. So I said, yeah, sure, of course, and went there. And then after our gig, he goes, hey, come on, I want you to meet Jeff. You got to go say, you got to meet Jeff Beck. And I said, no, I'm all right. I'm okay.
That'd be my answer.
I'd already met Paige. That was like already doing my head in. And then they wants me to meet Jeff, and I'm thinking, listen, it's Jeff Beck. The guy's like a walking mystery. You'd never know what he's gonna, which direction.
Bon, do you agree with that? What he just said? He's a walking mystery. Where is that the legend or the lore he has around the musical community? Like, he doesn't really play with a band, and you really shouldn't know him from, the Yardbirds.
And he's antisocial. Yeah.
Well, I've heard this critique, and I don't know if you've seen him. John O'Reilly could tell you he just saw him play. I heard that he's horrible with the audience in terms of the performance thing. He's just staring down at his guitar at the ground. He doesn't make eye contact. He doesn't talk to the audience. He doesn't have any kind of playful interaction. He's not particularly appreciative of the audience that's there, especially with this crowd that's there to see Depp. Is that what your experience is, or your observation of it?
It's the coolness factor. It's kind of like how Eddie Vedder used to jump around on the stage, and then by vitalogy, he just started standing in front of the mic because everybody had ripped his style off.
Yeah.
And everybody else was jumping around, and then he'd just stand there and absolutely rule, but the coolness factor. So, yeah, I never noticed that stuff anymore. Like, I wouldn't be bothered. I'd just be watching. Watch Jeff Beck play, like he plays with his thumb on his right hand instead of using a plectrum, which is just full on to see. You don't see many players who don't use a plectrum. So I just stare at his fingers because it's incredible. It's as good as David Gilmour, probably better. He's probably a better guitarist than Dave Gilmour even. He's just so unknown. He's so unknown. It's amazing. If you just type
you couldn't get away with that today, to be an exclusive guitarist and do nothing but that. Like, he's lucky he doesn't, like, when you're the only thing you do is play guitar, you better be the best at it. He doesn't have to sing. He doesn't play other instruments. You know what I mean? You can't get away with that in today's pop culture climate.
Like, he had that great era of the 60s coming through, so he knew all the guys, and he's had a career that Depp would want, is to have the anonymity as well. Yeah,
because you're right. You're not beholden to a band, and you're like your own entity onto
and
yourself.
any guitarist or any muso worth with their skill knows him. Like if you type in the top to Google, you type top 10 guitarists of all time, he's in the top 10, which is a huge achievement. You've got him just a few notches. He'll be 8 or 9 out of 10, and then you've got like Eddie Van Halen just a few steps below him. So, and Eddie Van Halen was a legend, and you get Hendrix at number 1 and all that, but just to be in the top 10 is amazing. Fred's.
Well, as you say that, and everybody, we did on Patreon the 21 Jump Street, the pilot, the part 1 of the 2-part pilot, which was crazy, Bob, because you must have been like, Jeff Beck is mentioned in the fucking Jump Street pilot, which was crazy coincidence.
Yeah.
I thought I was freaked out by that.
This is all like all people who are in on the scene and who's cool, adding stuff, which is great.
To what
which
you
is
just
great.
said. Because Captain Janko rattles off the iconic guitarist for the moment, and he throws Jeff Beck in, and we're like, what?
Like when I saw this album, 18, when I saw it was done, when they first announced it, I went, oh my God. Like for me, knowing Jeff Beck, I was like, how did Depp get him?
Yeah.
They must be like buddies from years or something. I was just like, oh my, that Beck would want to play with Depp. Like, it's very strange, but cool.
Affy writes, does little Steven to you sound like he's having breathing problems? Yes, he does, Affy. I was thinking that too. Little Steven's Garage Fan is good first listen.
I just can't get over Johnny's voice in those clips you just played as well. You hear Beck talk with the very powerful English accent.
Yep.
And then you hear Stevie with the very, whatever you guys would call it, very American, New York or whatever. And then you get the Depp, and I can't even work it out because it's got a bit of America and then so much English. It's such a weird, I know you've talked about it millions of times. It's just startling to have a comparison from an Englishman and then an American and then Depp in the middle, and you just say, what on earth is it? But it always transfixes me. Like I go into a hypnotized by it.
5-syllable word.
There's something so original about it. It's so weird.
It's very, I mean, I do think it's affected. I do think it's deliberate. I do think he knows exactly what he's doing.
Yeah,
when he does it.
yeah.
I do think he adjusts his accent by the company he keeps. I don't think he speaks to Hunter S. If he spoke to Hunter S. Thompson like that, he'd call him out on it.
You're right. I would love to be to see him personally hanging out just with Beck if he talks even more English with Beck.
I'm telling you, you're on to something there. Just to follow him around and watch the accent. He adjusts his accent to who he's around, much like Amber Heard did to him when she auditioned for Rum Diary. Rodney writes, you can really see Depp's facelift at this angle. He seems very pulled back to the earlobe. This is Sarah's.
I don't even want to think about Depp having had that stuff. I don't want to even think about it.
Cheek implants too.
I hope he hasn't. I don't know. I guess he probably has. I guess. Yes, Sarah, give us the lowdown.
That's okay. That's okay.
I don't see him getting cheek implants, but I do think he's had a peel or two. I looked at some red carpet photos of him that were like a month after the trial, and he looked like he was filtered. But it was multiple pictures, and I don't know why, like, Getty Images would filter his face. So it looks like he's been smoothed out. I don't know if that means he was pulled. I don't know.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Bob.
No, can I just mention to the Drew show in the chat? Yeah, he writes, I beg to differ, Bon Jovial. Glenn Campbell is regarded as the greatest guitar player ever. Was part of the Wrecking Crew, Van Halen, Beck all say so. Yeah, I'm not. I just mentioned that Hendrix is considered the best. He wins the polls most of the time. I don't have an issue with any of these guys getting number 1, but Beck's in the top 10. That's all I was mentioning. So I don't know about Glenn Campbell being. You're saying he is regarded as the greatest guitar player ever. I don't know about that, but.
Can we say though, Sarah and I talk about this all the time, Bon, is this ridiculous? Is it not just subjective? Is someone's guitar easier on your ears that might be harder on someone else's ears? Can it be? This isn't sports where we have stats and metrics, isn't it?
See, it's a mixture of the technique. That's one factor. The playing technique. If they're what you'd call like very technically skilled, which is Eddie Van Halen is the master. Very difficult to find a guitarist in the world that was more technical and you've got to factor in that the years, the decade that they were playing.
Yeah,
so when you get Hendrix, you're talking, he changed the whole music landscape. That's why I think he gets number one. But Hendrix wasn't a technical player. Like Hendrix couldn't play like Jeff Beck can play. Jeff Beck's like a technically brilliant, whereas Dave Gilmour is technically very good, but Dave Gilmour is in a shredder, what they call shredder, like Steve Vai or Joe Satriani. But Joe Satriani and Steve Vai can't really be called the greatest guitarist of all time either, because they're in the 80s. And then you got to say, well, in this, you get more to someone like Beck, who came up in the 60s. So it's a mixture. It's with Hendrix, you get him.
Do you think that's when you're later, you're imitating other people's styles when you come around?
Yeah, that's the problem.
Right.
Yeah, see, a lot of them go back to the 50s guitarists when guitars were first being sort of invented, the late 40s, and you get those guys. But I would say in this list, like Clapton, Beck.
I know exactly what
Hendrix. You those guys are the greatest guitarists of all time. Gilmour, and then you get into the 80s, and especially Eddie Van Halen, because no one had ever played like Eddie before. And Eddie took some tricks from 1950s guitarists. They call it tapping and soloing and dive bombing, which didn't exist in the 50s. But in the 80s, they built guitars differently. That you could go, they have that the bar. It's called the tremolo bar. And Eddie pioneered that. So you get into. But you can't really, all those guitarists we just talked about, they're all in the top 10. There's probably 10 of them. They're the best, but Hendrix gets a number one because he's so iconic. People put him as number one, but it's hard to pick one because what Eddie did, Eddie Van Halen, like when Howard was talking about him, and Howard was saying he's a legendary. Howard doesn't know. He's just read this in Rolling Stone or whatever.
That's a very easy answer to say.
But it's hard to, if you see what Eddie was doing, it was just mind-blowing. But he used to face the drummer in Van Halen when they first started in the late 70s because he didn't want anyone to see how he was doing it. And people couldn't understand how he made that sound. So he'd face the drummer for the show.
Right.
Which is fascinating. And if you ever see him play, it was always perfect. It's very difficult to get, like, someone like Jeff Beck doesn't play perfect. I know we're going on a major
Do you think Eddie Van
tangent.
Halen's the most imitated guitarist of all time? Depp's generation is all, they all imitate him. They all mimic him.
Yeah, like probably. And Hendrix's style. Hendrix's style came through to
Right.
Gilmour. David Gilmour would play solos and riffs, write songs in a sort of a Hendrixy way with psychedelic sort of vibes. Hendrix is the most imitated guitarist of all time for sure. Songwriting, all of his classic songs.
He has a cool factor too. And the fact that he's black
so cool
gives him a cool factor as well. It's a black guitarist in a white world at the time from
think
Seattle.
The next generation is going to be imitating Wolfie Van Halen.
Well, he's a fucking very good guitarist. Like, his dad's a genius, but I just saw him playing at the Taylor Hawkins Memorial a couple of months ago. He came out and shredded, so I was pretty impressed. But he's been playing guitar since he was probably 3 years old.
It's a lot of pressure to have that last name, like Bronny James.
He's pretty fucking cool. People give him a lot of shit because he's overweight, which is sad. But
I hate that.
he comes out. He came out at that Taylor gig and kicked ass. That was one of the best. But
I think it's original to be Zoftig as a guitar. I admire him for that body. I think that's very, very ballsy of him to not be anorexic, to not be Jeff Beck looking. I love that he's.
It's very like
very cool.
I guess, you know,
It's
whatever.
original.
But
It's original. It's about time someone beat the system. It's very tough to have that last name. The
I
Rogue
just,
Diva writes, "Little Steven's mouth always bothered me. He should play in a vampire movie." It is something going on with his mouth, right? He's like a little stroke face going on to the right.
oh yeah, he always, yes, there's something.
He's a side talker.
Yeah. Yes.
He is for sure. Like the Sopranos, you could see it all the time, and I mean, he's putting it on a lot. But Beck's, this is, it's still strange that Beck wanted to play with Depp. I guess just to sell more of his solo albums, it's a very good deal for Beck.
Well, yeah. I wonder what his mentality is going into that. Now,
He's
let's face
probably
it.
going to put out a new solo album next year after all this publicity. He's probably been working on it, so it'll sell a lot more than it would have 2 years, a year and a half ago, or whatever.
Let's face it. Okay, let's just. Who are we kidding? I mean, Sarah and I said this. We were even on. Like, I think we just got off, and I was like, "Oh, I wish I said that," or whatever. Whether it's Jeff Beck or Jimi Hendrix or Clapton or Eddie Van Halen or Joe Perry or Jimmy Page, they wouldn't piss on Depp if he were on fire, if he weren't the massive A-list international movie star that he was. Do you really think he would get an audience with them strictly off his music with the Kids and Rock City Angels? They would piss on him if he were on fire. Do you know how arrogant, how elitist that rock community is, especially those guys? And Depp knows it. I don't think Depp's he's not an idiot. He knows exactly that he is not getting in the same fucking atmosphere with these guys if he's not who he is as an actor. But
That's
now
what
we're trying to
annoys
pretend
me.
that he's not acting anymore. You know.
That's what sucks with Depp, because he's got the facade up so much. You can never get an interview where you're going to see the real person. It's like Howard in an interview.
Who's
it's
the
just
real
the
guy?
garbage. It's a shame to like Depp doesn't say the fake stuff, but
You
you
know who
never
I think the
really
real guy is,
can
Bon?
tell.
You know who and you're more than welcome to sit in on this. Sarah, you saw this. Who I think the real guy is. Did you ever see? Maybe you didn't, Bon. The Platoon documentary that Charlie Sheen did.
No, I didn't. No.
So there's great interviews in that about what happened on the set of Platoon. And Depp has got a much bigger role in this than he did in the actual movie as Private Learner. And there's some great deleted scenes with him too, by the way. He does like an exposition of the Platoon to Willem Dafoe, and that's deleted. And the story goes that Oliver Stone deleted Depp scenes because he was upstaging Charlie Sheen's charisma. Charlie Sheen's based on Oliver Stone. Charlie Sheen is Oliver Stone in the movie. And so Depp was like a little too likable, and so they cut him out. You know what I mean? That's what an egomaniac.
Has Oliver Stone done a director's cut now of that movie? Because I'm sure it's going to have all of Depp's scenes back in if he has.
There's 3 of them.
Wow.
I think it's probably much more where that came from. When Depp went home to Miramar, Florida to watch Platoon, he was like shocked. He's like, what the fuck happened to everything I just filmed? That was like, a rude awakening of like what happens when a director just does whatever he wants with what you did. He's like, I don't get it. Like, those scenes were great. I don't understand. And Oliver Stone cut out a majority, like 90% of what he did.
Gosh, yeah, it's a weird casting because you have someone who is as good looking as Johnny. It's tough
But it
to
wasn't
put
even
them in
that
a
good.
movie
Like, I mean, he was just
in
likable.
a supporting role.
He was more sympathetic. Like, it looked like more. He was cast because, as Oliver Stone said, that he was Southern white trash at the time. So that's who's in the military in the United States. It's right. It's poor minorities and Southern white trash comprises like 95% of the military. And that's who had to fight in Vietnam, not Howard, who ducked it, or Trump. It's guys like that had to fight. Sarah's dad was in Vietnam.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Purple Heart.
No, God, stop.
Didn't you say he had a Purple Heart?
No, he didn't get a Purple Heart.
Oh, he got some award.
No, he was discharged because he was injured.
Okay, well that's
as much glory as he received, and he was spit on as he got off the plane.
Oh yeah, really?
Yeah,
that's disgusting.
That sucks.
I know.
That's so traumatizing.
Had I seen that, if I could travel back in time and witness my father getting spit on after he returned, I would be in prison today for killing him.
Yes, murder, of course. And how times have changed, where all the military, we have to thank them. Thank you for your service. There's no way around that nowadays.
Thank you for your service. private learner.
I went to, this is so off topic, I apologize, and then I'll bow out for a few minutes to do something real quick. But I went to a, it was like a convention, I don't want to say, but it was a meeting I had to go to for work. And one of the classes was put on by a veteran. He stated in the class, and I don't know if this is how they all feel, but he said, they're insulted when you say thank you for your service.
Yeah,
Really?
I believe that.
Yeah. So I don't know. That was his
Is
opinion.
it patronizing? Like you had to fight and I
Yes,
don't.
that's probably it.
I have a great life. You fight. You do the fighting. I'll sit here and enjoy the fruits of your defending me. And it's like patronizing. You know what I mean, Sarah?
Mm-hmm. I think that's where he was leading with that.
Yeah,
but-
I do too.
All right, I'm gonna mute. I'll be right back. Keep
Okay.
going.
He's so unpredictable, and I think he's gonna go, fuck's he bringing an actor in here for? Why's he bringing this actor guy? So I was really, I was not.
You hear that smoky cough, the phlegmy cough there, Bon, of how many years? What was it? Steph's 59. 45 years of chain smoking. That cough
And
was.
2 or 3 cigarettes the moment before he walked out on that stage, probably. Yeah,
That's right.
all of
That's
them all of them in a huddle, probably.
Is he? I mean, what he says is spot on about the mystique of Beck, and I don't mean this like in a backward, like how you kind of like is kind of an enigma in terms of
Yes,
how do
all
you
of
get him?
this-
How do you find out who where to talk to him? And
The way Depp has modelled himself and the mystique of all of their idols like Bowie, all of these guys. I mean, you could talk about Pink Floyd. It's all mystique. Those guys didn't do interviews back then, and Depp loves that, and I love it too. The less you say it through your art, whatever your art is, rather than having god awful interviews. Like you hear Amy Schumer, to bring that up again, like. I hear an interview with her, and I think maybe she needs some more mystique.
well, you know who the acting equivalent to that is, right? Who you hear about Jack Nicholson, never does even late night show shit. You can't find shit on him. He stays out of it. He's got the mystique in a way that Beck does.
Perfect example.
I'll give you another one. Daniel Day-Lewis.
So many.
Find me an interview with Daniel Day-Lewis.
Oh God! And there's so many. It's boggling my mind right now. Like it's great.
Okay.
That's what's great. That's what's great.
Brendan writes, little Steven Van Zandt, very instrumental. He's hands-on with the Teach Rock curriculum for high schools. A buddy of mine who teaches in Greenpoint, Monique's home area, Brooklyn, says it's amazing. Do you know about this one? The kind of Jack Black School of Rock, Teach Rock curriculum.
I haven't heard of it.
Yeah, I guess they have like a guitar. Yeah, the music. Remember Sheryl Crow was championing the rock, music in high school kind of thing, where it was that kind of thing.
No, but this is good. This is cool.
Yeah,
that's unpaid work, pretty much. I'm sure it is. Yeah,
I'm sure it is too. It's got to be volunteer. He's a cool dude. Yeah, Van Zandt's he's a good egg, without a doubt.
Oh yeah, I've never heard anything bad about him.
I haven't either. I've never heard one bad word about him. By the way, if anybody's listening, if Johnny Bye Bye or NA or our friends in the Wino thread, I read today, and I'm not going to get into it, just going to briefly touch on it. Matthew Perry bashes hopes Keanu Reeves dies. He was friends with River Phoenix and shit, so he just takes his weird just dumbfounded shot
is that
at
a recent?
Keanu.
Is that a recent quote?
It's a book coming out. It's a book that's out about his
going on
with addiction.
Yeah. There's that Friends reunion the other year that he didn't look right, but to take a swipe.
And so I want to read this book because it ties into. He was friends with Depp in the launching of the Fox network. I don't know how, but they have a friendship, and so. He tells a story about how he was in his apartment and he heard the sounds of River Phoenix dying from his apartment. I think Friends had just started. So that's when he was friends with River Phoenix. They shot a movie together with Keanu Reeves. So if we can get our hands on that book, I bet you he has Depp anecdotes in there that we could play with. I guarantee it.
Ben 4810. Oh yeah, Killing Joke are awesome. The album they did with Dave Grohl in 2003 or 2004, the self-titled album. Holy shit!
So that
If anybody
Batman
wants to hear,
storyline stole from that? The Batman title, Killing Joke?
no, the Killing Joke.
What came first?
Oh well, you should tell me. Killing Joke.
I don't
came
know.
around
I don't
in
know
the
what the
early
year that-
'80s. Killing
Okay.
Joke.
The music.
So they stole it.
Yes, the
yeah, the
music.
band.
Okay, so Batman took the title from that. Okay.
Okay, so I thought Batman took it earlier. Did it? No.
The Batman storyline came out after that. It's definitely after.
Gotcha.
83,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, I'd never heard of that Killing Joke until like a few years ago, being Batman related. So I didn't know, but yeah, apparently, I guess it's confusing. But the band would be like, "Give me a break."
Yeah.
They'd be like, but it probably helped them through Google searches and mistakes and stuff. People wondering, oh, what's this? A band called Killing Joke. They kick ass though. They kick ass if you like metal and really hard rock.
Are they
Go
from
check their
England?
albums. Yeah, they kick ass. Like Dave Grohl played on their album when their drummer left, and he loved the band so much he didn't even charge them. Like he did it for free, and they asked him to join the band. He considered joining the band, but he had too much stuff. He's just, that album's amazing. Then they got so many albums. It's a crazy good band. Oh my god, that's why I
How
love
old are
seeing.
these guys?
Oh, they'll be in their early 60s probably, and
Okay.
that's what was so cool with the Beck and Depp album, that they covered it. When I saw the song, I went, "Holy God, this is interesting."
Melvin breaking my balls over. He goes, Arm has repeatedly said, the world needs more guitarists.
Nah,
When
you're right
I
though.
first-
That comment is the sort of meme type comment.
I
is
asked you this
absolutely-
on a show.
Everybody
I asked-
wanted to be a guitarist.
And I think half of the time, more than half of the time, it's not about the music, it's not about the sound, it's not about the art of the instrument, it's about a cool factor, and it's a very easy thing to do. It's not, you know what I mean? Like it's hard to be the guy who lugs drums in and out of every gig. It's much easier to
that's
just
so bad. Oh, that's why I wanted to learn guitar when I was a kid. Like I saw people like all this Eddie Van Halen. It was just beyond cool. The bass player is not cool.
Right. And it's and no one knows, and the bass's sound is usually drowned out. And I told you
That's
this
right.
on this show.
Yes. Yeah.
We had you on. I don't know if it was Gunk. It could have been this. And I asked you, I think it was the first time you were on. I was like, the first time I said that, what Melvin is quoting me from, the world has enough guitarists, is I saw Depp playing on band. It was Depp it was Joe Perry. It was, a guy from Iron Maiden, I think. It was the lead, what's his name from the...
Oh, yeah,
from
there was like
fucking,
4 guitarists,
ZZ Top.
wasn't there?
No,
Yeah.
no, Bob. Six.
Yeah, that's so
And I'm
funny.
going,
Yeah, we talked
how
about that.
could
That
you
was the first. Yeah.
possibly need 6 guitars? Like, whose sound are you listening to? Like, what? It's just guys acting
confusing.
cool, right? So isn't it just guys
was
acting
just
cool?
to get it. It was just to have them all on to be cool.
Right.
And lots of bands do it. Like Metallica toured with Megadeth and Anthrax, and they called it the Big Four tour, which is like the 4 biggest metal bands ever touring together, and Slayer as well. I can't forget to mention Slayer because I know someone will write it in the chat. You're leaving Slayer out of the 4 biggest metal bands of all time. How dare you? But and they would all get up at the end. I'm talking Kirk Hammett, James Hetfield, Dave Mustaine, and then Ian Scott from Anthrax. You would have 10 guitarists on stage and like 5 bass players, a bass player from each of those bands, all singing and playing guitar. It was absolutely like ridiculous, but it's just so iconic to see, to get them all in a group on stage.
Can I tell you my favorite Ian Scott story real briefly?
No.
But you
this is a real story. He was on.
But you would-
I don't know if any. Go ahead.
No, but just with all of those guitarists on stage, you'd turn a lot of them down. So whoever started playing a guitar solo, you'd start turning their guitar up. Like Kirk Hammett starts soloing, turn him up, and then when he's finished, you turn it down, and because it just becomes a mess of distorted guitars.
Yeah, I mean, and those guys on stage, I'm looking at Depp like going, come on, the star of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory is playing guitar, and everybody else is like, and it's not even. I know music's not about.
It would go unsaid, but they all know that. They just go. That they're all pretty cool about it. They just say, "Yeah, well, he wants to play guitar
and they
sing.
like him,
so fuck it. So fuck it. Yeah, they just say, yeah, he'll get up on a bigger stage than anyone else would if they weren't a famous actor. But
and it
they
also
just go, he's cool. He's a cool guy.
That wouldn't give a shit about them if he weren't there, which is what
I would love
goes
it
on
if
with
I
the
was in a
vampires
band. Like,
yep. It's
if I was in
you'll
Pearl
take
Jam or
the
something,
audience.
and
Yep, you'll take the audience.
yeah, if I was playing a gig at Madison Square Garden in Pearl Jam, and then I heard Depp was in there, and I knew him, I'd say, "Do you want to come on and play Rocket in the Free World or something?" And he'd be like, "It'd be awesome."
If he's willing to do it, you're gonna spike or augment your ticket sales by 50%.
Yeah, and a lot of them, they just do it on the night. Like I saw Pearl Jam in 1995 on the Vitalogy tour, and Dave Grohl was here in Melbourne, and he got up and played drums at the end just for a song.
Right. He does that.
We had no
all the time.
idea it was going to happen.
He jumps on with everybody. You're absolutely right.
He couldn't have done that a year earlier.
No, he couldn't have done it.
No, like
he would have been thrown out of his band in Nirvana.
Yeah, well, he was walked out wearing shorts and flip flops and a baseball cap, and he's getting behind the drums, and everybody's going, "Who is that?" And everybody starts going, it's Dave Grohl, and it's like, oh my god! It's like I didn't know he was even in Australia. Like,
is that true, Sarah? Cobain forbid the other band members from playing with other people.
He wouldn't have liked him playing in Pearl Jam.
Wow.
But
didn't they patch it up though?
Yeah, him and Eddie patched it up a little bit, but I think he still would have had a problem. But I went to LA in 2004, and I got invited to the studio where Trent Reznor was recording with Teeth. And that's not a brag.
You did? Really?
Yeah. It didn't turn out good. It's not a brag. But I walked in and Dave Grohl was in the studio.
Oh my God.
They were recording him to put his drum tracks on the album. So he's everywhere.
He's telling the story right now that he met the co-host of The Deppening in Trent Reznor's studio right now.
I was invited and then I was promptly thrown out. But Dave Grohl was there.
Is that when is that when Trent Reznor was living in the mansion, he in the Sharon Tate mansion, or is this different? Was this like a studio they rented out, a recording studio just for a week or whatever?
He lived in the Tate mansion when he was recording Downward Spiral. This was like 10 years later. Yeah.
So you got to go in. Oh, what was that like? I have how long were you hanging there for?
I was there maybe 10 minutes.
All right. So did you just? I get you. This is so cool. Did you just stand there? I guess you had to do something or whatever in there. Like,
I was given the address, and you walk, there's no sign on the building. I could probably find it if I did a Google Maps, but it was next to a Jack in the Box. I walked in, shag carpeting everywhere, a spiral staircase that you had to hold on for dear life because the pile on the carpet was at least 6 inches tall. So you go up the spiral staircase to a lounge where they told me to wait. And I was with a friend. And on the televisions around the room, they were playing I Love the 90s, 1994, which was so weird to me. And there was
weird.
Very weird. And there was a two-way mirror against one wall. They come out. Mm-hmm. It was him and another guy, just random tech in the studio. And they wanted to know who I was. I basically got his phone number. And as a dare, I called and said I was a friend of a friend. And it was to see if I could get to the studio. So technically I won the bet. But I got like 50 questions. And then apparently I didn't answer one of them correctly. And I thought I knew who I was talking about. And then they said, okay, you need to go.
They were giving you a 9 Inch Nails trivia contest kind of thing to prove that you're a fan, or were you giving
I knew obscure names. I knew obscure names enough where I could answer the questions.
Yeah.
And so it was like you getting invited to Depp's place.
Yeah, you're not getting. I know more than he does about himself.
I know exactly, but
this is outstanding.
Yeah. One of
So
them I
you
didn't.
you were a groupie
Yeah.
attacking their residence. Yeah,
Yeah, exactly. I got in
infiltrating.
She
I'm loving
flashed
this.
Dave Navarro, Bon, at a show.
as a minor, so let's not talk about that.
Oh my God.
Oh, he would have. He'd see that at every show, wouldn't? Like you were in the
Yeah, I
front
know.
row, were you? Yeah. Did you
Yeah.
throw your bra up and all that? Burn your bra? I guess Dave would
No,
love
but
that
I
too.
kept the sweat-soaked T-shirt that I was wearing for like 2 years after that, and eventually I just threw it away. It was
Was that
disgusting.
Nirvana show?
No, it's Red Hot Chili Peppers when they played
okay.
Portland in '96. I was the
Oh,
only
with
one there
Dave
in the mosh pit.
Navarro. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought I was gonna die. I was the only one there of my friend group. So
Who opened for them?
the
Had to be a big
Toadies.
band.
It was the
Okay.
Toadies that
Okay.
opened for them.
I bet you still. Can we call the number now, Sarah? You still have it? Let's see. what
No, I
happens.
don't.
It's still in circulation. He didn't feel like changing it. Too many people had it.
So you were standing there with Trent Reznor. That's cool.
Yeah. He's not
See, I
very
don't
tall.
care. I mean, I would love to just stand next to Trent Reznor.
I
like,
would have invited him to Jack in the Box.
I know
See
it was
what
next door.
Yeah, go to Jack in the Box.
It was like a La Cahuenga or whatever that street's called in Los Angeles,
Yeah,
next to
yeah.
a Jack in the Box. But yeah,
Welcome, Diane D.
I don't even know how I kept my composure so long to answer as well as I did. But apparently, I mixed up a name somewhere along the line, and then they walked me out.
So that's amazing, and it's a shame. With Teeth just let me down after. I doubt you could ever top the Fragile, but
Oh no,
that was an
no.
incredible piece of art that has not been. There's few bands that I could say have done a better, who sound like that industrial style. That album is incredible. It's just, it's unbelievable.
The Fragile is their greatest album, in my opinion. But
Yeah.
was their last great album, also in my
Yeah. I guess you could say that. Yeah, I didn't like it as much, but now I listen to it, and then everything after it's been really, really like I can't listen to it at all. Really, like it's just not.
Juan, do you believe that as we were talking about Beck, that was do you believe that the performers should have some kind of interaction with their audience, like Sarah, like a flashing Sarah, to keep them engaged? Do you find it off-putting when a Jeff Beck is so arrogant that he doesn't make eye contact with the audience? Do you not care about that?
No, because he couldn't do anything that could compete with what he's doing on the guitar. Like I wouldn't look at his face. Like when I see videos of him playing, I'm
But
like
he
watching
doesn't
his
have
fingers.
to. He knows he doesn't have to because he got away with. He has this weird, iconic, legendary status where he doesn't need to hustle or be convivial, right? He can get away with it.
No, he's not. He's not like. Yeah, it's different, I guess, for everybody. Like every musician, but watching Depp play, I'm mainly watching his face and his arms. Not his that like. I'm not staring at his guitar playing because he's not playing anything good. It's just simple chords and
Right.
A pluck.
So with Beck, it's like what he's playing is fucking amazing. And if you see Beck play guitar, he's using his thumb instead of a plectrum, which is just crazy. Like it's just so rare to see that. And then he's so good. But you get Eddie Van Halen, who you could say was good-looking guitarist, or Dave Gilmour. I'm still looking at the guitar playing because it's incredible, especially Gilmour, who's just like God.
In the early days of The Doors, Jim Morrison played, famously with his back to the audience. I still would have gone and enjoyed every second of it just to breathe the same air that Jim Morrison was breathing in.
To hear that's what it was like when I first saw Pearl Jam, like in 1995. We'd waited years for them to come, and to hear Eddie's voice that huge, it was just in my everyone was screaming. It was like a Beatles concert, which is kind of rare back then.
You're lucky you got to. Yeah, you got to experience that era because his voice, as he's aged, it's not as deep as it was in those days, and it won't ever be the same, of course, naturally. But yeah, I'm so jealous.
I got a plectrum between my motherfucking legs.
All right.
Can I tell you my favorite Depp story?
I'll go grab a drop of that later. What time did that happen?
That's a drop. Can I tell you my favorite Depp story? Can I connect this all to Depp and the Doors, Sarah? That you bring the Doors up. Does anybody in the chat know that Depp auditioned for the Doors movie? That would have
been fantastic.
But obviously Val Kilmer killed it in that. And everybody knows he was a perfect performance, in my opinion.
Method
as
acting
Jim
too.
Morrison.
He was a pain in the ass on that set.
Of course. But Depp did not audition for Jim Morrison. He auditioned for the drummer. And that role.
Really?
Yes.
John
And
Densmore.
and that will get who directed The Doors?
Yeah, Oliver Stone.
Oliver Stone, who directed Platoon. So he had an in to even get an audition. The drummer role went to Kevin Dillon, who who played in the Platoon band with Depp and lead singer of Living Colour, Corey Glover.
Can I tell you my favorite Matt Dillon story real briefly?
Close enough. Close enough.
The best drop timing I've ever heard in my life. You've just destroyed anything Fred Norris has done in the last 50 years. That is so fucking good.
I keep that in there, so it's a shortcut. It's not. I can't. It's there. I could just press it. I don't remove it because I use it often. So that it's kind of cheating.
We need to put that. We need to timestamp this and post it in the
But
radio.
that timing,
just for that.
I got the air time before, like there was a slight silence before I got to hit it. It felt quite one of the better timings of a drop of all time. I think actually, I'm pretty proud of myself.
Between Sarah's Trent Reznor story and that, this is it's very hard to top that.
My embarrassing Trent Reznor story.
Rodney's
but I
a great
love the
observation.
stories. And you talked with Richard Marks on the telephone once, didn't you?
Yeah, right, John Mayer.
I love that story, yeah.
Naomi Campbell, Jessica Simpson's dad. God, I think about it. I was like, I was talking to those people. It's nothing to be proud of, but
yes, it is.
No, not really.
Right. Sarah, I got an idea for a show. How about a T-Mobile reunion with you, John Mayer, Naomi Campbell, Joe Simpson, and Richard Marks? And you guys have
after
a
the
round
way John Mayer treated me with such respect and such love in his voice, I would meet up with him anytime.
How does John Mayer rank as a guitarist, Bon?
Oh God.
Oh, very good guitarist. Yeah.
Is he considered? Is he good? Okay.
Yeah.
It's easy
but
to.
He's just taking from Eric Clapton and Hendrix, and that's pretty much it. He's not influential at all. It's heard it all before, but he's technically great, and
He'd probably admit that. I'm sure.
he rocks it out at live shows. He does the whole rock out thing. But I mean, let's talk about you, John, for a moment. You have a intense sort of celebrity story, which is probably trumps anything Sarah has.
And I don't want to brag, but I'm friends with Lori Singer on Facebook. That, of course, is the lead from Footloose, Kevin Bacon's girlfriend in Footloose. The reason I friended her, I thought she might have some depth. she's never been with him in anything. I thought, maybe there's some kind of connection back to the 80s.
He probably dated her for a week, for sure.
She used Jennifer Grey before Jennifer Grey. What Rodney says here, he goes, Depp came to the Sand Scarves. There's no way he knew he couldn't outscarve little Steven Van Zandt, so that's why he's not wearing it.
Yeah,
I
he did.
totally agree with that.
We've gone way off topic.
We're talking Depp. It's always, I think
we're 1 minute into this interview. I really do. Sarah, are we?
We have 20 minutes left until we usually end. So I'm sure that he will.
Interview.
Let's wind it up. Yeah. I've got to take my dog out to wee, so that's perfect timing.
That's a euphemism for masturbate.
Skip ahead. In other words.
And so
A bit
he
of
just,
both,
no, come on. So brings me into Jeff's room, shake hands, say hi. Jeff's got a strat on him. We just started sort of, slowly talking, and then within about 7 minutes, it turned into just
howling laughter,
cackles, just sophomoric sense of humor.
That. And then that's what, 6 years ago now, right?
About then.
And then.
So let's do the math. They meet in 2016. That's the Amber Heard stuff hits the fan. That's exactly the year.
I don't want to go off topic because we need to get through this, but I was watching an interview today where Depp is talking about how Jeff Beck and Jeff Beck's wife were like his two counselors to help him get through the trial.
That's in here.
Oh, all
Oh, I
right.
didn't. No, that's not in here. That's right. That's an interesting thing. So listen, how nebulous they dance around the Amber Heard stuff. I think
Okay.
very,
All right.
very, very, very nebulously they bring up. He's like, well, I was actually going through some stuff. I think that's the most you're gonna get connected to Amber Heard in this.
In
I
the
was
interview
going.
I saw, he calls it the weirdness. That's
Maybe
what he.
that's what it. That could be it. Yeah,
I
yeah,
like
yeah.
it. I like it.
The investment.
For me, it's always great seeing a new Jeff Beck album of any kind because I know you just hate the business with a passion, right? Right. So, how did that turn into an actual collaboration?
Well, you can hate the business when you're Jeff Beck, right? You can't. He doesn't. The business comes to him. You can do that when you're set up and everybody's coming to you and worshiping you. Then you can hate the business. You don't have to. He's lucky he doesn't have to play the game. He's just lucky like that.
It's funny how they say it
well,
like
Johnny,
that.
you remember that moment where you decided I have to go and be with Jeffrey, didn't you?
Yeah. Well, there was. I left wherever I was.
You were filming in the north of London somewhere, and you got fed up with looking at men with golf pants in the lobby of this hotel.
So I showed up on Jeff's doorstep.
He did.
Made the way down.
He drove straight. I saw this stretch limo go right past my house. I've got this little cottage as well as the big house. And I went, he's just missed the entrance. So I went chasing after him.
Which makes sense.
And he was parked outside my gardener's cottage with a full Mohican in the back of this limo with his dark glasses. Going, where does Jeff Beck live? Back there.
Yeah, I should say, Hooper, you're absolutely right. Depp fangirls are actually middle-aged, but he has a young fangirl sect too, Hooper, that latched onto him after Pirates came out. So he has a new fan base. There's the 21 Jump Street fans, and then there's a new batch of fans of millennials that latched onto him from Pirates and Willy Wonka and Alice in Wonderland. So he's got two phases of it, actually.
Yeah.
Well, then suddenly I hear.
Oh yeah, I thought I was doing the coolest thing.
And as he says that, John O'Reilly says, "I'm the only one at the Huntington show at the Paramount that even knew who the Yardbirds were," and I believe you, because John went to the show. He went to the Depp Beck show in Long Island.
I want to add, John. You could say there's three phases of Depp, maybe.
Yeah, give me another one. Sure.
Because you've got the 80s, 90s, and then you've got that 1995 point where he became like a really solid actor. And then you've got
you're right. Yes,
the Pirates era,
Edward,
which is like a McDonald's cheeseburger compared to the Donnie Brasco mid 95 to 99 or 2001 sort of year, Blow and all that, all those films in there, which are my favorites, all in the 95 to sort of decade. And then you get to the Pirates, which becomes the mass commercialism where they're selling cups at McDonald's with his picture on and all that crap. So there might be three years, and the people before 95 are all the ones who loved the TV, the 21 Jump Street, Johnny. There might be three, maybe.
No, you're right. No, he brought those fans with him into the 90s, but then there was another group of fans who, even after Scissorhands, that latched on to Ed Wood and Don Juan DeMarco and the indie face and What's Eating Gilbert Grape.
Dead Man. Is Dead Man 95?
Dead Man's right there. Dead Man's right
See,
there.
that is an era that needs to be defined because of doing great shit. And is Ed Wood 94 or?
No, 94, 95, 93. He had a bunch of really clever independent, they're not even necessarily all independent. Was Ed Wood considered an independent movie coming from Tim Burton? I don't know.
Oh, yeah, it's not, but it probably only costs like $2 million or whatever. Yeah.
Yes. You're absolutely right. There's his indie kind of streak of all that in the mid to early 90s definitely ushered in another fan that's in between that. You're absolutely right. No question about it. Those are the best fans to some extent. The Jump Street fans are great. I mean, the Jump Street fans, which I'm one of them, got ushered into the 90s and started like, oh, would I have ever watched, say, Benny and June if he wasn't in it? Probably not. Would I have watched
No,
What's Eating
no.
Gilbert Grape? I don't know if I would have. I don't know. I can't honestly say I would.
That's
I
a
may
tough
not
one.
have.
It's a
I
tough
wouldn't have
one
watched
because
Dead Man if he wasn't in it. I don't
no,
think.
I would not have either. And I love that movie. He's so that's why when he's talking about Beck enigmatic, he tailored his career by choosing that mid-90s. He just blurred everything. It's so fascinating to do such weird shit and then do such fairly, like Donnie Brasco's very straightforward and then and incredibly good. Like, and then to
Yeah, when he did Brasco, they were going, "Oh, well, now he's doing something with testosterone attached to it, where he's playing."
God, yeah,
you know,
and
alpha
Blow.
male
I mean,
leading.
but
Yeah.
there's a lot of fans who probably don't even know what Blow is. They've never heard of the movie or From Hell. They probably just like, what?
Well, I
didn't
think
even
his
know you
best
did that.
genre is exactly that. I think it's the true crime biopic drama, and if you
God,
put them all
yes.
together, you know, it's Brasco, it's Black Mass, it's Public Enemies, it's City of Lies, which you just watched, it's Blow, and these are all true crime biopic dramas. To
And
me,
it all ends after Blow. There's
Yeah.
nothing that I can watch, like
Yeah.
really.
If I were managing his career, I would. It's the first thing I would do is find the great. But I wouldn't even do a movie. I would do like a Netflix or an Amazon series that was a expansive. Like I think if you did Donnie Brasco now, a movie doesn't cut it. You can do this now. You can do the full story and adapt the book like it's supposed to be done. As brilliant as Brasco is, in an Amazon or I think you could do 21 Jump Street series. I think you could, as brilliant as the movie was to satirize it and then hold true to it. I think you could do a reboot of it in a serious
Yes.
way.
I would
And
watch it. I don't care who's in it. I would watch it when it came out just to see. Just to
not
see,
even the high
because
school
the
stuff. A
concept
straight
kicks
undercover
ass.
show. An
Yeah.
undercover show that you could have it like they fucked up so much. I mean, we'll get to this when we do the Jump Street thing. They fucked up so that could have been, Sarah, as Monique said about Stuttering John, a cottage industry of undercover television show like Law and Order is. It could have ran forever. An undercover show that because they were so obsessed with trying to be teeny boppers and the teen sect and high school, which begat 90210. They should say fuck that, and they should have evolved that into just straight up undercover show. I mean, you literally could spin Donnie Brasco into the same. Donnie Brasco is what Tom Hansen is when he grew up.
Yes.
Well, I think if Tiger Beat magazine hadn't gotten their claws into Depp, then I think they would have gone down a darker path. But they had to teeny bopper it up as the series went along.
And what better acting vehicle is than that as an actor is when you're playing an undercover cop and you're doing something different every episode.
Yeah.
You never get bored.
All right, we're running out of time.
Thanks, Liz Cheney.
Pulls up in this silver.
It's a 59 Corvette.
59 Corvette.
And it was probably the worst car I could have taken. You hate those,
Yeah,
don't
he's
you?
doing his walking pause. It's
I
crazy,
love
right?
them. So yeah, that was when I basically claimed squatters' rights, and
You forgot to tell.
I haven't
about
left since. It's been 6 years, and
That's
I haven't
not where
left
it
this
began.
house.
It began when you found out I was staying at this hotel down the road from where you live, and I came up to dinner.
Yeah, we were in LA after the thing that happened in Tokyo, and I had Jeff over for dinner. You know, so a bunch of us got together, had dinner. Joe Perry and all that. Klein. Jeff Beck.
This conversation
It
is
was really
awful.
amazing. I just,
and he ended up playing like a bunch of.
It's almost like Howard and Beth's meeting. Like they're changing their origins.
They can't get to the story. It's where the car.
Only he could get
Who
away
was
with
there? Was this happening? Oh, it's so slow. What is Steven doing during this? Just
Right. Could you imagine
staring
the
at-
information you would get from the trial if Depp spoke? But we have, many, like we've just talked about. He has many different looks and voices and personalities he takes on when he does stuff. There is a sped up Depp, which is fascinating to listen to when you compare it to this. We call it Hunter S. Walken, the cadence he's doing now. We David and I kind of tag teamed on that, coining that from this one. And Depp is admitted, right, Sarah? Josh Richmond said that he is imitating Christopher Walken to the trial when his
Yeah, he said
tone
that.
in the trial to run the clock out. So he was going to take his sweet ass time with every last, pause, and he's sort of doing, dude.
I think the most interesting Depp is in that audio where she's sitting in the car and he's trying to get her to go. He's on. You think he'd be on cocaine, but I think that's more the natural Depp where he's angry
I do too.
and he's like, "Just go." It's like
Yep.
that's the Depp I want to know. That's the Depp I
Yep.
want to be friends
too.
with. Get to the point and send her ass packing, Depp.
I forget exactly how it goes, but she's right. The cadence is something like, "How the fuck are you going now? What I just said to you is simply this: you fucking get in your fucking car and you go back to Penthouse 5." And it's fun. It's 10 times faster than what you're hearing now. It's the same guy.
I think that's the natural element in his. That's him. I think that's everyday Depp.
I agree with you 100%.
I
That's
think
the
there's
real
a
guy.
pressure that he feels when he's in a situation like this interview where he or the trial where he slows it down because he's got to be extra careful about how he comes off.
Bon,
Yeah.
you got a very rare compliment from Brendan, who doesn't like to give compliments too easy. Good point about Eddie Vedder's stage evolution or regression.
It's
very,
sad.
very tough to get a
It's sort of
compliment from Brendan.
sad, weird. I wish I'd been able to see him in 94, 93, 92 when he would climb the fucking scaffolding and the lighting and everything. But the Eddie I saw still had the voice. I mean, good Lord.
Real quick,
I got
Sounded
banned from
incredible.
Monique was talking about how she would club. I got banned from a bar once for speaker diving. I stole it from a 21 Jump Street episode. I climbed
How
on a
cringe
speaker.
are you?
And I jumped off the speaker to
That's
just
dangerous, man.
It was 2:30 in the morning. It wasn't that high up. It was like 12 feet up. That was it.
You
Did
are
they
a
catch-
drunken fool.
Were people catching you? Did people catch
No,
you?
I didn't. I got half caught. Like I was kind of stopped where.
I would have
and I
thrown
didn't
your
have
ass
the
out
balls.
too.
I didn't have the balls to really dive, so my feet hit the ground first. I'm like, I can't do this, and I bailed at the last second.
Oh, man, I would love to have. I wish you had footage of it. Oh,
It was Bayshore, Long Island, in a place called Dublin Ups. The year was 1996, 95. After I'd seen Ed Wood, I think, in the same day, the Friday night. Never forget it.
By the way, Eddie Vedder, go to watch that Pearl Jam 20 documentary that Cameron Crowe filmed.
oh yes, I've seen it. It's great.
The moment they have it on video, the moment he turned from this happy-go-lucky guy, happy to be there guy, into the angry, emotional Eddie Vedder on stage is on film. It's where that bodyguard was mistreating the kid in the audience.
Oh wow!
And he snaps and he goes into this mode where he's singing Breath from the Single soundtrack. It's amazing. It's an amazing moment.
And you could just find that on YouTube right now, kind of thing.
Well, I don't think so. I don't think it's free on YouTube.
Okay. I mean, this is a moment. I mean, you know a lot about that grunge. You really do. You know a shitload about that grunge, everything from those 3 years, like 91.
I still well up when I watch that documentary. It's so good.
Yeah, it was really good and full on for story. But that's what happened when they came here. They stopped the show. They played 3 shows here in Melbourne, so 30,000 people, which is great. 3 shows. They were so big then. Anyway, but the first show, the security guys were, when kids were crowd surfing, they were pushing them around when they got them out of the mosh pit and everything, and they stopped the show. And then the next night they cancelled that security company and got a new company in.
Well, it's a weird
and
thing
Eddie
when the band is going, well, this is what we would be doing if we were in the crowd. So we can't be hypocrites and have security rough up our own fans.
And Eddie wrote a whole poem on the stage in his book. He just sat down and wrote this big rhyming poem about security.
Oh my
and
God,
he read it out for 5 minutes, and it was absolutely this. And he said, "We got them the fuck out of here for what they did last night. We got new guys now, and they're cool. They're not doing it, but fuck those guys and all this shit."
Oh my God!
And he got so angry. You're right, Sarah. I mean, I think that's one.
Oh, so you both know this story?
No, there's 2 different stories, but
okay.
He's probably done this rant hundreds of times around the world, watching these security guys fuck with people. But when you were saying it, I was like, yeah, this is what happened at our show. He was so pissed off about it. And of course, Ticketmaster fucked him. That changed him.
Mm-hmm.
that changed
I love
the whole band.
Is that testimony available? Didn't they film?
Yeah, it's
that?
on YouTube. It's on
Okay,
YouTube.
I gotta watch
I've never
It's
watched
a
that.
shit show because all the senators are there for is to get a soundbite.
Hey,
like-
give them credit. They
Ooh.
tried. They tried to stand up for the fans and everything.
It
They
didn't
tried.
work, but
It failed
unfortunately, it
quickly.
was.
That's. Hey, I'll take the try. Depp whacked River Phoenix says he had more musical talent than he did.
By the way, Vaughn, if you got to go, because we're probably going to talk. If you want to go, just go and we'll finish it up.
Yeah, I better go. I've got to take dog and stuff.
Yeah,
Thanks for
go-
having me, guys. I love you all.
done?
Great
Okay,
as always.
okay, Bon.
I'll
Okay,
talk
man,
to you
thank-
all later, and everyone in the chat, I love you all. And no, I'm
Love
not
you
going to
too.
sing Waltzing Matilda. I think it was John O'Reilly or somebody else, Dorian Morgan or someone asked me to sing, which is a famous Australian song. I'm not going to sing Waltzing Matilda.
Bon, can I show you though? Can I show you really quick, just before you go? Can I
No.
show you what
Yeah.
I imagine? This is what I was telling Sarah this before we went on. I don't know if you watched G.I. Joe when you were younger, the animated series. They did
No.
they did a parody of a band called. This is what I imagine Jeff Beck would sound like if he
Oh,
was. A
God.
singer.
I'm sorry, everyone.
Everybody, action! We're Cold Slither, you'll be joining us soon. A band of monsters, brilliant or two. With an iron fist and a reptile kiss, we shall rule. What is that idiot doing? We've heard it before. We're not gonna play the game no more.
Oh my God.
Animals! To resist, 'cause Cobra is strong. Oh my goodness, we're going way over budget! Barbarians! No! Cut! You fool! This is what I want! Keep the film rolling!
Sorry about that. Did you
No,
ever
it's
see that? Did they
perfect.
play that in Australia?
Yeah, I didn't watch it. No,
Okay,
but,
that's a
I was-
classic episode where Cobra was they had scams to make money all the time, and so they were going to manipulate the music, the heavy metal scene with Cold Slither, and they made up a British rock band with Zartan and the Dreadnoks.
I was
that's
not
right.
expecting that. That came from the left
Neither
field.
was
Thanks,
I
nerds.
when I heard
Thanks,
it.
nerds.
All right, guys, I'll talk to you later.
All
Thanks
right,
for having
Bon.
me
Thanks
on.
again, buddy. Yeah.
I'll talk soon.
Yep.
Thanks, everybody. Bye.
Maybe we'll see him next time on the 21 Jump Street
Part 2
part
pilot.
2 part
Mhm.
2 pilot.
Yeah, I want everybody to know when you asked me about this G.I. Joe thing. You go, do you watch G.I. Joe as a kid? I said, no. You said, well, do you remember when this band? No.
And then I'm asking you detail, but you watch Gem. Gem is truly
course, I'm a girl.
outrageous, truly outrageous. And I say that because Gem is the same production as G.I. Joe. It's the same show. It's the same producers.
Of course,
it's
it's the same animation,
voices,
same
same
everything.
animation. Right.
That band does, though, remind me of the Misfits a little bit.
Yeah, so Hooper, I've gotten about 15 minutes into Crock of Gold, and he's absolutely right. So Depp adapts an Irish accent.
so weird.
When
He's
he
a
talks
sponge.
to Shane McGowan. He's a sponge. That's
He's a
exactly right.
shapeshifter.
As we're using this.
Ended up on the.
You know who the shapeshifter was? Who we just watched in the Zartan. That was his superpower.
God, of
He was a shapeshifter. I can't believe you said that.
Great.
What's it called? Of the theremin.
He's got this house
We ended up on a theremin.
it's furnished with all 40s, nothing later than 40s decor. And there's a theremin on a pod standing up there. For about 5 hours, I was trying to play good vibrations with
We
it.
were like, it was like two
Hysterics.
infant, tiny, drunk toddlers. This is exactly what it was like. We're giggling like school kids.
Tricky.
Impossible, yeah. It's impossible.
But we did laugh.
I asked him to play on one of the rockabilly track on the Vampires record.
Right, Bushwhackers.
Bushwhackers, yeah.
Right. Good one.
Unbelievably, he played, this, because he's the king. His rockabilly chops are insane.
Amazing.
So we did that, and then I sent him another track that had
Sarah, do you remember the rockabilly movement with fucking Brian Setzer?
Unfortunately,
It
yes.
was like, what'd you say, Sarah? Late 90s,
Ska,
early
a
2000s.
hurricane of
Right.
ska shit.
And it just died.
No Doubt
It
was the
just
only thing to come out of that, I think.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
That's formed from the
They were
and it just
considered a ska alternative band.
Is that around in any way, shape, or form
It could
anymore?
be. I don't know. I'm not into the rockabilly stuff.
That's not what I heard.
And it's ska though, really rockabilly.
I don't know. It could be like a derivative of it.
Yep. Either one I have no interest in.
Depp wouldn't be the stagehand for his level of movies. Platoon is excellent. Crazy Robin says, Platoon is an excellent movie, but I can believe Oliver Stone did that. It is. He really he gets it. He's a maniac. And there's a great story in that documentary, Crazy Robin, of I've said this on here a million times. It's really I'm surprised Amber Heard's team didn't use this as Depp's kind of fits of like kind of bitter anger when he wants revenge. Oliver Stone berated him on the set in some capacity. So they had some drunken night on a rare day off, and they're at the local watering hole that the whole Platoon cast went to. Oliver Stone's sitting at a table with the other producers. Depp's hanging out with the actors. He climbs up on a scaffold, pulls his pants down, and is about to golden shower on Oliver Stone. And so everybody sees him doing this. Sheen, Kevin Dillon, Corey Glover, Tony Todd, Defoe, and they drag him down by his pants. And Stone never saw him. Like the music was too loud that he's actually going to piss on Oliver Stone. And that's it. That's in the Platoon documentary.
He looks great in that documentary. We are going to do it. I just desperately want to do a Patreon watch of that.
But he's so different. His personality is so
He's
sped
jovial,
up,
no
he's
pun intended.
animated. Right, he's jovial. They have they do the thing at his house at Sweetser. They have a reunion, and there's pictures of him, Charlie Sheen, and Kevin Dillon, and somebody else at his house at Sweetser. And the funny thing is, he's in the movie literally for 90 seconds.
Been working on this thing, Hedy Lamar, and I sent it to him like this. Hi, Jeff. It's
Ben 4810 gives his props to your dad, Sarah. Getting off the plane. Speaking of Platoon.
I don't know where they unloaded him at. Could have been LaGuardia.
Crazy Robin says, I told you my dad and father both served. They are no longer citizens of the U.S. property of the U.S. government, so they have to do what they're told, and they're being court-martialed. Oh my God, what a crazy that Vietnam. I saw KJ lived a couple times in the '80s. Good show, says Dorian Morgan. Ben, still going strong. Dorian touring at the very moment in the UK.
Johnny. Hey, this is a new song that I've been working on, and don't think that I'm asking you to play on this, because I'm certainly not. I would never do that to you. And even though I think it's a very good song and you'd sound amazing on it, I don't know. You don't have to worry about that. I'm not going that way. I wouldn't do that to our friendship. But if you feel like playing on it. So the next text that came back was, send me the stems.
Depp's always good to launch into an impression or an accent. My favorite Depp impression is he does Don Rickles really well. And you see a glimpse of it on the Kimmel Show. I would love for him to expand on it. John O'Reilly writes, Matthew Perry has tried to walk back the Keanu Reeves story. He claims it's entirely a random fantasy. Yeah, what horseshit. That is walking it back if there ever was walking it back. Keanu Reeves, I don't know if he realizes, is very beloved. And that's someone you just don't go after at this point.
He is, He is, absolutely. Everything you
really
hear about
is.
him is amazing.
You saw the shots of him in the video of him walking through the airport, just stopping with everybody, late for a flight, stopping with every fan that I've never heard one bad word about him, ever. Other guys have become Depp. Other guys cool with Depp because he drinks mega glasses of wine.
Mega pints
Mega
of wine.
yeah.
Overused phrase.
Mega pint. Sarah, did you
Mega
get
pint.
initiated into the studio? Oh my God.
No,
you know
thank
what that means.
God. But that two-way mirror was creepy.
Have you guys figured out why guitar players stare at their hands and like ball players? Yeah, I said that Babe Lewis writes. I'm talking about if you were a basketball player and you still looked at the ball when you dribbled, it would be the goal is to not have to look at the ball when you dribble. So I never understand guitarists are just, maybe it's a nervous tick, or they truly don't know the chords and they're making sure their hands are lined up right. I don't understand how you can still look. To make another sports analogy, what Bond was saying about these guitarists who were influenced by everybody. That's why basketball players look, back when you watch clips from the 60s and the 70s, everybody's so robotic and they all play the same. They don't have any when somebody did something crazy, they coined them, like when Julius Erving came along or Connie Hawkins. And then as the 80s come along, these guys are imitating who came before them. And now the guys today have every move in the book. Like you could say, you could be, oh, it's not what it was, and basketball was better. But the guys, the players today, they're all ambidextrous. They all have every move you can imagine, and that's because you're imitating everybody that came before you. And the more time goes on, the more people you are taking from, imitating. And basketball plagiarism is great if you can use it. And you'll be the first to admit, I'm influenced by this person. You could see it, but the more moves you can steal. Yeah, Kobe Bryant. Kobe
Michael
Bryant
Jordan.
imitating Michael Jordan was when I first saw Kobe Bryant, I'm like, you gotta be. I hated him from day one, because you can see just like the subtle things of he backpedal and he's chomping gum in the same way. He's talking like him. I'm like, who is this guy? What is? That was the most douche chilly moment I can remember as an NBA fan when I first saw Kobe Bryant. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me.
The one you want to hear. That's the one you want.
And then he sent back this
Kevin Dillon,
this,
Matt Dillon.
this transcendental solo, this thing that just sends you out into the stratosphere. So I was very lucky already at that point.
Robert DeRush is right. If you're playing guitar, Sarah, and you're wearing scarves,
Yeah, I don't know.
wouldn't you think it would be counterproductive to get caught in the? It's like what we say with like football players and fucking and basketball players and dreadlocks and long
I think
hair.
that's
It's
when he.
completely illogical.
Yeah, but I think that's where he ties the scarves to his pocket when he's
Yeah, it's
playing
got
guitar.
the wallet chain.
Yeah, but how far are we into this?
It's a lot of it's music, so we'll just go through.
Can we skip ahead a little bit if we're like early?
And then we just kept laughing and coming up with ideas.
Yeah.
This song is I'm not going to play it. I don't want to get more
please don't.
copyrights. But it's supposedly it's his angst about fame. And they think this is a nod to the Amber Heard stuff he's going through. This is as cringy as like we talk about how do you talk to an angel with I don't trust humans anymore. I don't trust human. That's the tagline. That's
He
the
didn't trust the jury.
If anybody should trust humans, it's Depp. 99% of
Yeah,
mankind
and
has
the
your back.
peasant humans who came through for him.
Right. They're waiting outside for you holding signs, and they're showing up at your show, for Christ's sake. They don't even like Jeff Beck.
Myself being the most cynical person on the planet, I still believe in humans overall. I think they're good people out there more than, than criminals, and they outnumber the criminals and the scumbags. So I still have faith. He definitely should have faith in the human species.
For every Amber Heard, there are 20,000 Sarahs that have your back.
Exactly.
If anybody should have faith in mankind, it's you. Getting off the bus from Miramar, Florida, and getting Nightmare on Elm Street in 3 weeks or whatever it was, and then 21 you opening the Fox network. And if anybody should have faith in mankind, it's you. Your karma police is like the 21 Jump Street squad.
Mm-hmm. Cook for him every night. He would love me. And a rub and tug when he puts, he puts the guitar down first thing.
Wait. A Deshaun Watson rub and tug, or
Absolutely,
or Robert Kraft?
A combination.
Michael, welcome, Mr. Frazia. I just jumped on. Growing Pains is set in Huntington. I thought I saw Smithtown one time, Michael, and a sign that they had in the background, but you could be right. Just the 10 of Us is a spinoff, and I don't know. I'd need to go back and watch to see if they actually acknowledge what the setting of it is. But thank you, sir. I can't believe you heard that. Okay, I'm going to jump ahead.
blah, blah, blah,
about
blah.
Johnny, he came down, there were about 400.
4 of them
Me and
sold.
my-
Jeff's, it was a very unexpected record, I think.
It's
Killing Joke.
the Antwort.
You know.
The
Brings the
wrong
killing
way.
joke up
He's-
here.
No, he was like, you know, because he was listening to things that were outside, you know, really out. He's listening to everything, and both of us were listening to.
Speaking of Amber, I trust Crazy Robin. She says Elon Musk
Yep.
just took. Is that a real deal?
Yes, he did.
Oh no, here we go.
He
This is gonna
literally
be the
walked
news.
in. Oh God, what did he say? He had a prop with him. I think it was a sink, but I forget how he used it in some pun. Anyway, he walked in, he cut the cost immediately and weeded out the fat, trimmed the fat off that meat.
Depp wants to be raggedy so bad. Grow up, dude. So who did he? Hey, you read about this already, Sarah? Who did he keep?
Yeah, there was something on a news site about he officially took over today.
All the anti-Amber Heard hashtags are gonna mysteriously just get washed away. Watch.
See, the problem is
That's
with
gonna be
Twitter
the story.
apparently, and some of the shit that he cut out was apparently a good percentage of the employees, they work from home, but they don't even show up technically,
He
quote
wants them
unquote.
there, right.
No, I'm not saying that. But they can work from home, but they're not even like working. So
Okay.
there's like days where they don't even log in or do anything. So that's the type of thing he's cutting.
Okay.
And there's way too many executives apparently for what it is. Hey, I
Well,
don't
there's a lot of places like that where
I
it's like
think it's
bloated executives. I bet you Sirius is like that.
it is so
Howard's got a
one-sided
job.
Twitter. It's ridiculous. Why can't both sides, speak? You can educate the other side, to your beliefs. Why is it just one side takes all? I've never
Well, you're only
understood
gonna
that.
live in your own echo chamber. I mean, you're only
Yeah.
gonna gravitate towards like I only watch MSNBC because I want people that
And I
agree
can
with me
watch
all the time.
both and mock them
I
both.
can watch both. I'm just saying I'm always going to gravitate towards what agrees with me the most, and at
Mhm.
least I admit it. I just don't. I know exactly what Fox News is going to say. I know exactly, but I also know what MSNBC is going to say. But I watch it anyway because it
Yeah.
mostly agrees with me.
Well, one I can watch without being told I'm evil because I'm white. The other, I can watch and be
I hate
told,
men.
Trump is the savior of everyone. So you got to choose your battle.
I hate men,
I love him.
and you choose the View. I know you DVR the View every day.
If I look at it this way, as a female tweeter, I hate that term, I always have, who posts, often in sports threads, if you call them that. And when you're told, you give your opinion, you're obviously female by your username. When you're told you should be sexually assaulted because you don't like LeBron James, I think that's the shit they certainly need to clean up.
You've gotten that said to you?
Oh God,
What? I didn't see
many
what.
times.
How was it? Who did this? This is
They're
crazy.
kids. They're like
Okay.
young 20-year-olds who can't speak English, first of all.
I love the I know. Well, they grew
My
up with spell
God.
check. They don't have to learn how to spell. They grew up with spell check.
Yeah, but then you get a DM saying what should be done to you because you
But-
don't like LeBron James.
Oh wow.
I know.
Depp wants to be raggedy so bad, says Affy. Grow up, dude.
Mhm.
He's gonna be 60 next year, guys. He's gonna be touring with the Hollywood Vampires next summer as 60, and that's 4 months of movie scripts he will not be able to take.
Yeah.
And that's why he and Tracy Jacobs broke up. She hated every bit of that, and so do I.
Everything from really obscure stuff like Napoleon Strickland, Key to the Bushes, and then we'd be listening to Bauhaus, or we'd be listening to.
I should say thank you, Ben 4810. I have the whole interview on the channel as well right now. So if you want to listen to it in full, and if you want to hear the music with it, you get copyrights, but we're still allowed to play that. Would just stop monetize it. I could care less.
By the way, as you were saying that, we just got an email from YouTube. A video we put up a year ago just got a copyright claim.
Are you kidding me? What is it?
It was a clip from Donnie Brasco.
So it's just like a 20-second
The
clip
forget
of-
about it. I think we put it in the closing of one of the episodes.
That's weird timing.
I
How
know.
old is the video? Is it like a year
It's
old?
a year old. It was our second episode.
Oh God, I would think you would love us bringing attention. Like that's gonna stop. Like, what's the point, right? This is all about piggish capitalism
Mm-hmm.
and greed and me, and my
I
copyrights and buy my shit. So you think that's gonna dissuade someone from buying one Donnie Brasco download on iTunes? You really think that's affecting anything? One Blu-ray won't be sold because we played a forget about it clip? You
I look
really
at it
think
this
that
way.
affects anything?
I would rather make our show good and use the clips we want to use,
Me
within
too.
reason, than earn that 2 cents, literally 2
Yeah, I
cents from
agree. It's not.
YouTube.
That's your artistic integrity at work, Sarah. Thank
We
you,
Yes.
Diane D, and
Thank
thank
you
you
very
for all
much.
that you do.
Killing Joke.
Deanne Ford.
It's Killing Joke. I
Deanne
can't
Ford.
believe-
So we really explored a lot of.
Like Bon Jovial in the chat brought up Killing Joke. They call it KJ, for Christ's sake. I mean, that's how hip these guys are. I think of KJ, I think of Kevin Johnson. They're calling it Killing Joke is their KJ. And he's bringing Killing Joke. I had no idea how they knew that. That's crazy.
Just having kept our ears to the ground a bit, just tried to sort of create something that was, I had a different approach.
I learned ears to the
especially
pavement.
for Jeff's. It was a very unexpected record, I think.
It started with
for Jeff,
I learned ears to the pavement from 21 Jump Street. That's the first time I ever heard that phrase, and Hanson said it. And now he's saying it's just crazy how it all comes full circle.
I need chat to help me out with a term, pin your ears back. That
Oh,
sounds
it's
like
a sex term.
Okay, that's what I
Yeah,
thought.
it's like angry sex.
Okay.
You knew that.
Yeah, but they say it like
You're the
on
most deviant.
they say it during sports games, which weirds me out because I always thought it was sexual.
Oh God, yeah, of course. Poos Patuk reservation cigarette shops are the same as Harlem bodegas with a dream catcher hanging in every doorway, says Michael Frazio.
I can picture that and I can smell it.
I can. He's right on with money with that.
Down in your French house.
Yeah.
When Johnny was a late riser.
Yes.
There you go, Sarah. Johnny was a late riser,
Mm-hmm.
not a Paul riser,
Oh,
a late riser. And who do you think wins in the sleep contest? Me, 3:00 in the afternoon is what we're looking at with that.
No, if I lived with both of you, what heaven that would be, by the way, and I mean that. I couldn't handle both of you getting up at 3:00. I'm up 12 hours earlier.
You don't need to be. You don't.
Yes, I
You
do.
just
I
like
love
saying you got
mornings.
up earlier than everybody. I think
I
you
love
just
my
like saying
morning.
you like it makes you look more of a go-getter. That you said you got that you're like the Marines. We do more before 7 a.m. than you do all day. You just like saying you get up earlier.
No.
And I thought, let's steal this drum kit from out of the office. He had a little sort of office where he works, but the drum kit was penned in this little alcove.
Four of them stole it. I didn't wake up once.
So, Sarah, do you know the story? And it was done as gossip, which it was done to make Depp look bad during the trial. That they talked about during the filming of Pirates 5 that Depp would sleep till 1 in the afternoon, and the whole crew was waiting around for him. And they only because they got him up. So they had to get him up. They had assistants and agents calling him he was sleeping till 1:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah, I
He
remember
had no
that.
concept of time. This is
Well,
a
you
real
know
thing.
what? Studios, that movie would make nothing without him. So the studios are going to allow him to do whatever he wants.
That's right. And that's also what Stephen Roderick said in the Rolling Stone piece.
Mhm.
Because he was a complete backward vampire.
So we dragged the kit from there to the main house just to see if it sounded, use the room sound. And it sounded like a Motown drum sound, which is, the holy grail of drum sounds. And I laid down a track with my engineer guy who, when he heard about Johnny, he came down there about 400 miles an hour. So keen was he to get there. And I said, put on Ooh Baby by Miracles.
Oh my
I
God.
played along the drum part. We tricked it up a bit because I was a bit out of time, but the sound was pretty good. And I put the bass on and then the rhythm guitar and then just a little solo. And then he came in and went, what the fucking hell's this?
You know what I just
Jeff-
noticed? Look at Beck. He crosses his legs like Howard does.
Yes, he does. There's a
That
lot of similarities. The
Old
profile.
man leg, that old man tight leg cross.
Yep. That's very true. You could do like a hair switch. He's got a lot of Howard in him. After you writes, hey
The
Sarah,
nose.
make some fucking French toast if you're ever gonna get up that early.
See, I'm on a pancake kick, which isn't helping a diet. It's actually putting me in reverse. So I got to stop
Instant
with the
pancakes are
pancakes.
not bad for you.
Yes, they are.
There's no eggs or there's no.
You're
It's
eating
just
one
flour.
giant carb.
Oh really?
Oh God, really? I have to teach you
That's
these
one of the
things?
greatest creations in the world is instant pancake. You mean all I gotta do is just drop water into this sack of flour and it's pancake? It's the easiest thing in the world. And I don't even know how long they've been around, but God, it tastes great too. I love that they're not overbearing. They're kind of light.
So that means they're healthy because they're
Yeah, it
light.
does mean it
Oh
does mean it's healthy.
God.
Thank you, David. We will
Yes.
see you on our Nightmare on Elm Street taping Saturday recording the watch along commentary. Thank you, David, for everything you do and everything you are.
I just
already
woken up.
And
I just woken up and I walked in with 2 bottles of rosé and ice, south of France
It was so
and
great.
everything. And he goes, check this out. Bang. And it was,
It was the bare bones of the track.
It was the basis of the
So then
of the track.
I felt, I don't know why, I felt really sleepy, and I went to the bedroom next door to the studio, and I woke up and he was doing 3-part harmonies to it.
Oh,
I couldn't believe it. I just thought, this is amazing. He picked out the 3-part, and I thought, yeah. He said, I'm ready for you now. I said, no, you're going to sing now. If you can sing the backup as good as you did, you do the lead in falsetto. And he went white and then punched me in the face.
No, in fact, he just went, oh, you did that. I'm thinking.
I think he hated me for about 3 months
I'm in
afterwards.
trouble.
This is hilarious. All of Depp's rock idols can get him to sing, and he claims he can't sing, which is a lie, because you hear him as Alice Cooper called him out for Sweeney Todd. It's like, if you can do that, you can sing this.
Yeah.
And he's too modest to kind of step up because he wants to be the guy in the background with the cool factor playing guitar, staring down at the ground and not plugged in. And Jeff Beck has to force him to sing on this. This is crazy.
I just can't
Actually.
imagine hearing him sing falsetto.
Oh yeah, I think you hear it, and he's talking about Smokey Robinson.
Okay. Oh my God.
That's who does it. Ooh, baby, baby.
Yeah, but Depp was singing falsetto, right? That's what I heard from that.
Yeah, I think that's what falsetto is, right?
I think it's high. Yeah, I don't know.
There's a rap, there's a hip hop song called Falsetto, which I like. I don't know if anybody is. I don't know how I heard it. I think I was listening to an NBA. There was like an interstitial, and the song is called. I think the name of the song is Falsetto, and I don't know why. I love this song. It's kind of like it's fairly new. It's like in the last 10 years it came out or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's.
I put in like this because I thought I put this layer. I'll just like layer.
That was so British.
This like a little carpet, underneath the instrumental that we're about to do with Smokey Robinson and the Miracles.
How conflicted do you think Depp is, though? He's next to Steven Van Zandt, right? Who's basically from Donnie Brasco land, and he's done Joe Pistone, and he's with Jeff Beck, and he doesn't know what accent to go into because he's in the middle of. Is there a Jersey, England accent? If you could do Joe Pistone, kind of fused with.
I've heard
Jeff
10
Beck.
accents in this interview. So.
Ooh, baby, baby. So I threw these 3-part harmonies in. He hears them, comes in the room. He says,
Frankie
"What's that?
Valli,
Is that-
Sarah.
Who's that? Is that you?" I said, "Yeah." And I'm thinking, I'm going to get kicked out of my own house now. And he says, "Oh, well, you can sing it then. I'll see you later."
No, I nearly burst in, but it was so good. I think Ben turned around and said, "Stay out," while he's, he might get a little bit twitchy. If
you might find him in a fetal position, weeping soon.
And I think you denied all involvement in it until somebody said, "Who's that singing?" And they liked it. So tell them about the Smokey Robinson.
Oh yeah,
he heard it apparently,
God, yeah.
and he left his number to call, to say he really dug the version.
This is
so he wouldn't call.
This is so outside, man. This is so outside.
No, I want to know what Holly Robinson thinks, Sarah. about it. That's who I want to know.
She is a singer,
That's right.
according to TV Guide.
So we were sitting on this couch in my little house, and I said, "Come on, now is the moment. You had a couple of drinks. You call Smokey and see what he says about the track." And he wouldn't do it. So finally, after about 3 months.
Hi, Smokey. What do you think?
He goes, "Okay." So I dialed it and handed him the phone. And he leant forward, and I started pounding him on the back with my fist. And he was going,
No, your
"My
feet.
number
He was
is
kicking
310. Hello, it's just
That's a
it's Johnny Depp." No wonder he never called us back.
Just kicking me in the back.
Piss off, you drunken bastard.
And we never heard from him.
Hello, Smokey.
I'm
I'm
thinking
terribly
it was the wrong
sorry.
number.
My fault.
That's what I'm hoping. 'Cause
So then it started other stuff, and then
The album itself is quite eclectic. Wouldn't you agree? I mean, it's sort of like it's like
it's a mess. Let's face it.
you know.
I think
But it's
Jeff put it really well.
That Depp laugh where he goes, ha ha ha.
I like his laugh. It's very rich.
Yeah, it's very smoky too.
Yeah. Don't remind
Smoke-
me.
Called,
Makes me sad.
I called up Smokey Robinson and I said, Smokey, you ever they think you're smoky. I've been smoking 3 packs a day since I was 13.
Unfiltered.
unfiltered camels from the reservation on Mastic Shirley, as it were. Affy hates quirky people with a passion, by the way, Sarah.
I do too sometimes.
He
but
loves
some
Vince
people have
Carter.
called me that.
But he loves Vince Carter, and that's all that matters. Johnny Depp is an English pub would be interesting. He'd be listening and hoovering. If you ever get to watch the thing that the Trock of Gold that Hooper recommends Ben for, that's exactly what he's doing. But it's Ireland with Shane McGowan. That's exactly what's going on there.
That thing is so depressing.
It is. You love the animation, though.
Yeah, that's all right. The childhood of,
Shane McGowan, right?
desperate poverty of Mr. McGowan.
Yes.
I don't know anything about that
I
band.
know you.
I'm sorry.
Rose McGowan's all you care about.
Oh no, her either. But it's very sad. Anyway,
I wish I could have said that. In fact, I'll say it now. Jeff said, because I said to him, no, that's not true. Jeff said, it's kind of like if Johnny and I were searching, wandering through a record store, together, like at the age of 18 or whatever, like grab this, grab that, so you're going in all kinds of strange directions.
Hence the title.
Yeah.
Right.
We had other titles, and they just didn't stick. When you get an album title, everything sounds crap. And it's like Led Zeppelin. When I first heard that, I went, "Oh dear, that's not a good idea." But then
oh dear,
They go to A&R job.
Yeah.
Lost it.
They stuck with it. And now it forges itself afterwards.
Jump ahead.
Hey, just whatever mood you're in.
Yeah.
Or whatever, right? I mean.
Yeah.
I was just a bit worried about making another hopeless failure.
Affy, I was wondering the same thing, and it's throwing me off, very much so. But he's sitting backwards on a chair, just
There's
so he can
nothing
show off
in
his
between
scarves.
his legs. There's nothing like. Why would you stay in that pose? And I guess
No, the
again,
back
I'm
of
just
the-
taking a still. It could be that he
The back
moves
of the
after.
chair he's got his arms resting on the back of the chair.
I'm doing the pose right now, and I can't hold that up
No, you're
longer
not.
than. Is this his attempt at yoga? No, I truly am. and I'm popping a Stiffington to
Oh my God.
to Depp's coffee cup.
No, you're popping a Stiffington to seeing Van Zandt spread eagle like that.
Yeah, but he's got to maintain that. That's the Springsteen yoga pose.
Well, they're just hanging with his buds.
Yeah.
I never knew who I knew.
That's why he brought in a hopeless failure to this. Figured it would work against the.
Oh, Johnny, you're so self-deprecating, pun intended. Calling yourself a hopeless failure. You don't mean that. You don't mean that to the Deptford wives. You're not a hopeless failure to anybody.
You get the picture, don't you?
except Disney and Warner Brothers.
When you've got someone that you just lock in with, the humour, that's the thing, really. It's just that's the gasoline, really.
For sure.
In your engine. And,
well, there was a conscious decision to, you ended up producing it yourselves, right? I mean,
Yeah.
it's already as a...
I was listening to a lot of Motown, and I was trying to decipher what magic there was on...
They want you to say Appy's like, damn, these guys are so cool. That's what you want. That's the general statement they want you to make from this.
I keep thinking of these girls these girls sitting in that studio.
That's the best part.
They
really
never, I don't think they expected this to be how the interview went about, completely about Jeff Beck and the album. They probably expected like Depp to be more involved in this and give out a few more details of the trial behind the scenes.
That's exactly what they're hoping for. He needs to get up and address that. They almost need to do a disclaimer, like Van Zandt's people or some fucking serious assistant stooge or general PA gets up and goes, okay, there will be no Amber Heard questions. I want you to, if you're going to, please leave now. If you think this is going to be a rehash of that fucking trial, please leave now. We are not talking about Amber Heard or the trial. And they gave them like a literal red flag list of things that you can not expect to hear. And they're actually submitting questions. So they had to have been read the riot act on that.
I do like those jeans though.
They're kind of they're anti-skinny jeans. They're pre-distressed.
Yeah, I know.
They're
He's working hard.
pre-distressed.
He was
jeans.
working hard out in the fields in those jeans.
in the tobacco farms of Owensboro, Kentucky. Steven's mansplaining the subway on the subway. That's the pose he's got, John. That's the mansplaining Steven the subway. 2:30 in the morning on the
his posture though, the shoulders, it just hurts my back.
Yeah. Is he 7? He's over 7. Yeah, he's Springsteen's 74. So I would imagine Steven's in this exact same age range.
It is weird though. The older you get, the darker your hair gets.
All these guys seem to have that same problem.
The same with me though. So
how did they get that unity of sound and still have the
It's only people at Sirius XM, Sarah. The older you get, the darker your hair gets when you come into Sirius.
sorry, I was muted. My mistake.
Yeah, Howard set that precedent.
punch of almost live energy on it. And when any record played in a disco in the 60s, people were just going nuts. Dancing in the street, that came on, you're jumping in the air straight away. And it was real players. Jumps onto another part of the, was it?
Right.
Where he just, I heard the version you did. Of,
isolation. We're talking
isolation,
about.
Thanks.
Just that the back and forth.
So when they bring up a song, I think they play the song.
Okay.
They dub it in later. I'm imagining they're about to play. I'm going to jump ahead to the softball Q&A at the end.
All right.
The conversation between you two in the beginning, that really takes it. Now you've moved it away from the original quite considerably, and then it just builds and builds and builds from there.
Hard to do.
Yes, but that is the challenge.
It's so. And the next day we're going to cut it, and it's and then it's done. Either instrumental or with vocal. It was a super organic process.
Think about
sometimes we'd
the attention the trial got.
We'd go in and do a couple of overdubs. Jeff would go in and do a solo, and then we'd stop for a few hours, and then I would do background vocals all night or something. So it was really at our own leisure, really. And that was really nice to not have anyone kind of tapping you on the shoulder going, hey, what do you got?
Yeah. So this is all in your studio in France?
It's done all over the place, wasn't it?
Oh.
Yeah, we were. Yeah,
wherever you happen to be.
Jeff's Los Angeles and
Jeff's LA and
my kitchen,
France.
In your kitchen?
There was a
Here's the question, Sarah. If Depp loses the trial, if Amber Heard just proved she's allowed to write whatever she wants, no defamation, blah, 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 do you think Sirius invites him in?
No, not at all.
You don't think he's granted access to? I don't know what I don't know. I can't answer it. I
No,
can't. I
because
think he's so big. I don't know.
no, this wouldn't have happened.
You really think they care about the jury that much?
I think they want to appear that they care about the message of domestic violence that this
They've been
trial.
given the green light by the Fairfax courts that they're allowed to
Yes,
let him
absolutely.
into the building. I wonder.
They
I
can
think you're
justify
probably
it
right.
by saying she was found liable.
Yes, I think you're right.
The kitchen. I got. And then Jeff would play some
Okay, let's go
to perform in multicolored propeller hats. Yes, since home, you took me in.
Who's that in the front row?
On the other side.
Is that it?
to. Okay, no, almost it. This is he explains here. I think you might have heard this. And this is the only mention of the trial you're even getting in a very vague way. And he
Okay.
talks about how Jeff Beck and his wife took him in, and he
Okay.
says, "I think the craziness is part of this." So this is the only close to mention of the Amber Heard insanity that you're going to get.
Blah blah blah.
Who's that in the front row?
On the other side of the glass.
Oh yeah, there's 3,000 people out there.
I didn't.
I can see.
We've been
That's
fitted
amazing.
up, John.
He said there's 3,000 people looking at the not invited in. I guess they're hovering or in the hallway.
I don't know.
Is what Van Zandt said.
It's incredible how but they're even on the wall out there. Look at that. Now there's a giant baseball. America's amazing, isn't it?
Suzette asks,
He doesn't believe that.
what has been the best part
You say
being
giant
back
baseball.
on tour in Europe and the U.S.? Johnny, you go first.
For me, over the last, let's say, couple of years, I was presented with the greatest cushion in the world
It's the only
to
event.
fall into. Jeff, very simply and kindly, and his Jeff and his wife Sandra just took me in to their house, and I lived with them for months and months and months, and then we went on the first tour together. And so for me, having had to deal with other things at the same time, once those things,
Yes, I can.
are down the road, and you drop into the tour, for me, like I said,
So his mention of the Amber Heard trial, this is his euphemism. I had to deal with those things at the same time and have to deal with other things. And that's his euphemism for the Amber Heard trial. And that's his oasis and escape is Jeff Beck's house.
Mm-hmm.
And his,
said the cushion is.
Thank you, babe. I forgot what he said.
It's like you're home, and you feel at home. Jeff's welcome into this incredible situation. I mean, I'm still, I'm still completely, I'm flabbergasted by it. Makes no sense whatsoever, but somehow, when we're together, it makes sense.
Well, that's the thing, I think. Both careers make no sense.
No.
But
my career never made any sense.
They do.
But,
Everything makes sense.
But somehow they do.
If you can laugh most of the day, you're on a good streak.
Yeah, man.
do you buy that Depp believes any of that? It doesn't make sense why he would let me into. You really not? Are we really supposed to believe the fake humility there of you're a fucking decades long international movie star that everybody knows and probably respects at least 5 roles? Do
I
you really
believe
believe he doesn't?
45% of it.
Okay, I do too. I'll give you that 45%. Can you imagine being married to Depp after this interview, Sarah?
Yes, I can.
And you could deal with the lifestyle. You complete.
I
opposite.
would remove those genes for him.
Okay. But you have the complete opposite lifestyles, and you always do
I
the
know.
right thing.
You put a little.
And he is into
You can put a little
outlaw.
pepper in my life.
Yeah, I think you should. I think you could use it. I do. Will you be playing MDMA pong with him?
I don't do
At
drugs,
3
and I would encourage him not to. And I would encourage him to maybe cut down on the unfiltered cigarettes.
I would love to know. Can I ask you this question too? Not to harp on money, and this would go for the chat. Now, Depp is the
Pause
first
that chat
word
there,
of
by the way. Keep that up.
advice that he would got from his business managers when he was told he lost 650 million is no more private jet treatment. How exactly, if he got cleaned out, and he recouped some of it, blah blah blah. He sued his managers and he got a little bit of it back, but he's nowhere near. He lost a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
How do they justify the private jet from venue to venue with these guys?
He's not
Can
paying
you?
for it.
Who's paying for it?
I don't know.
Is
The
it, does the
record
venue
company.
does going to the Paramount in Huntington justify a private jet to Long Island everywhere you go?
Ask the record company who's probably
I'm
paying
just
for it.
wondering. I'm wondering how that's not considered frivolous. And do rock stars take? They can't all be on private jets. That, you know how expensive that is.
If it's offered to you for free, why not?
We don't know who's paying for it though. He's only
He's
known the private
not.
jet treatment for 20 years.
There's an
Literally
album
since
out.
Pirates.
This is the tour for an album.
I don't
If
know.
I'm wrong, I think unless I'm wrong, I think the record
The
company
record
pays for
business
the
isn't the
tour.
same, and they're not selling records like they used to. So
Well,
I'm
they
just
can afford
wondering.
a plane.
That's just a priority for him. They cannot deal with commercial airlines on any level, because he's literally taking private jets from Cincinnati to Owensboro, Kentucky.
Go back one chat.
Go back one comment, Elon.
Yes. Remember we talked about Elon walked into the lobby and he was carrying a sink?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, he walked in as he was coming in. He was, let this sink in. That's funny. I'm sorry. It's
That is really
cheesy,
funny.
but it's funny.
No, it is. It definitely is.
That's yes.
That's the
make
thing.
fun of anything.
That's what I mean. I think you managed to avoid the business part of it.
did.
It got a bit strong when I bought those propeller hats. That's when I was.
I think that's our goal, actually, to perform in
It's like an audio laugh.
multicolored propeller
He laughed
hats,
at her like that.
and then be whisked off the stage by the propeller hat.
That's it.
I know I'm adding more budget to the tour, but it could be worth it. It could be worth it. Imagine.
You just said it added more budget to the tour.
Mm-hmm.
So the tour is granted a budget, and I wonder
Probably
who's
by the
paying for
record
that.
company.
I know, but there's album sales don't do shit anymore. So isn't it predicated
Touring
on
is where they
album
make their
sales?
money anyway. The money's
thought
coming
it-
back.
I thought it was a combination. I would love to know what the tour, what he gets per venue, and what the private jet costs.
You'll never know. Sorry.
I want to know. I gotta know.
If you want that to happen, I'll make it happen.
Would we pay extra for that? Yes, we
I've
would.
heard private jets are as much as
Damn right we would.
30 grand.
Jeff Beck levitating in a
Where's my
propeller
bag?
hat, a multicolored propeller hat.
Wrap it up
Who
here.
wouldn't follow that? I will.
And it's, you know, I mean, I know, and Jeff, I know you know, like most of us, I mean, the business part of the business can sometimes alienate you to the point where you just don't want to be bothered, you know. But then you go out on
Gotta be
stage,
nice.
you know, and you find your way on stage somehow, right? And suddenly, you know, you get the reason why, what it's all about, right? I mean,
Yeah, I was struggling for a while. I mean, the obviously the COVID thing was not helping, but not playing was the worst thing, you know, because I need to be playing all the time. There's no, if I cheat and have a week off, I suffer, you know. But we're talking 2.5 years, and I'm just about pulling my style back together, you know, because you can't do what I do unless you do that.
The guitar in the background, Sarah, sounds like Jackie's joke hunt.
Oh God, I know.
Right?
It's driving me
I'm
crazy.
smoking pot.
This is why
I
this wasn't
got-
available for 2 weeks, so they could dub in music.
That's all. That's what they did, right? 2 weeks it took him to do this. That's why we couldn't hear it when it aired live.
Ugh.
To do that.
I feel like I'm on an elevator.
If I miss a day's practice, I can tell. If I miss 2 days, my friends can tell. If I miss 3 days, the whole damn world can tell. And that's I always lock that in. If you cheat, you're going to pay for it. And you walk on stage and you think you've got it locked in here, maybe, but your fingers ain't going to do what your brain is telling you to do.
That's a good question, John. What the largest venue for this tour was, because they're not all the same. Some of them are smaller. I wonder what he could they sell out 30,000 seats? One of the really big stadiums, football stadiums.
30,000? I don't think so.
I don't know. Depending on
Well, we're going to be corrected in the
what day of
comments
the week it
anyway.
is. Why do you say that? Oh, okay. I don't know. I bet he. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know who's going to concerts anymore to that degree, and if his Deptford wives could make up for it. And the ticket prices are not cheap. I thought they were reasonable. They're not at all.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't it $800 or something for a VIP pass? Was that what we saw at
Yeah,
Paramount?
that's
John
if I went to
O'Reilly.
see him, that would be the only way I would want to go, and I'm not paying that.
John O'Reilly says 2,500 for the
Well, that's
highest ticket at
nothing.
the Paramount. That's a lot.
Oh no, is that seating or the
Oh,
ticket price?
that's the maximum occupancy. 2,500 fits in the Paramount. I thought that was a ticket price. Maybe that is the ticket price for the highest VIP pass or whatever.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I wouldn't either.
So far we've got a catalogue of mistakes on YouTube, and I'm terribly sorry, but I will I'll iron out the wrinkles of some brain disorder. What I got?
Well, welcome it.
Yeah. There's something to that, actually. This one we kind of answered a bit. Jamie Lynn Ryan. That's not the Jamie Lynn I know, is it? No. Jamie Lynn, there you are. Hi.
Jamie.
There's only one. Jamie.
What was the process for selecting?
You know who he's talking about?
No.
Meadow Soprano.
Oh God.
Jamie Lynn Sigler.
Mm-hmm.
He thinks it's her. I don't know if he genuinely thinks it's Meadow Soprano.
I think
That's
he's
pretty
got
funny.
2 areas where he draws stories from in his life: Sopranos and the E Street Band. I think he talks about nothing else.
Absolutely, but you might not either when you've hit the pinnacle in 2 different genres. If you think about it, right? The Sopranos are like one of everybody's top 5 shows in a way, and then the E Street Band is, and for many people, they're top 5 bands ever, just in terms of longevity. And it's pretty crazy to think he struck lightning twice.
Until they brought in Bruce's wife. She could have been in the whole
I
time.
knew you were
don't
going to
know.
shit on it somehow. I was just waiting for it.
No, I don't mind them.
The sequence of songs, the list of songs included on 18, and how did you go about crafting
Nothing
the
would make
arrangements?
me happier, Sarah, than a Donnie Brasco Sopranos crossover where you send Joe Pistone into the Sopranos to sniff out the Tony Soprano sect of the mafia in North Jersey. That's a great crossover. That never happened.
We did punch each other in the face a few times about the running order, didn't we?
That was more of just a little slap.
How do you get this?
Everyone's thinking Amber Heard right here, and they won't go to it. Violence, punching is first. John O'Reilly says the cheapest seat in Huntington was $125.
Hmm.
What do you think about that, Sarah? When's the last ticket?
That's
the last
a big nope
concert you
from
went to?
me.
Yeah, I know. I don't know if there's a bad seat in the house, but that's a lot to not see
I
anything.
think I saw VIP was like 900.
I thought I saw that too.
That's 875 more than what I'd be willing to pay.
And does it change by the venue?
Tracks to flow properly. It's not,
because
at one point we just threw pieces of paper in a hat and juggled them.
And the actual choice of the songs, were you picking whatever it is, 12 from 20 or 12 from 30 or 12 from 12?
21.
I mean, there are far too many masterpieces to speak of, because we've ended as lovers or, I mean, endless.
If they'd have heckled, I'd have been out there. Don't worry, I'd have taken care of that.
It's nice to be able to remind these people, like, hey, Jimi Hendrix wouldn't have played the same way if it hadn't been for that guy. And, I mean, that's a really strange concept to put into your head. And
Jimmy paid a tribute to Jeff bit of rice pudding.
What?
He did.
Oh,
that is.
He's saying Jimmy Page's tribute to Jeff Beck was something called rice pudding. So I guess
Okay.
Jimmy Page came out with I didn't know. Does he sing? I don't know.
I'm so sorry. We're ignorant in this world of music. I'm
No,
sorry.
well, it's crazy. I mean, this is old stuff. This is really.
No,
this
I'm
is
just
way before
preparing.
you were born. And Jimi Hendrix apparently was influenced by Jeff Beck. Remember when Captain Jenko rattle them all off to Officer Hansen when he first comes into the chapel. It's pretty crazy.
I
Wish
can
we had
die
that
happy.
clip for right now.
Yeah, from Cry of Love.
Yeah.
The last album that Jimmy did
There's
before he
not
died.
one single photo of me and Jimmy in this planet. There's not one single photo of us
That
together.
sucks.
Unless somebody's out there who's
That
got
sucks. Imagine the camera phone was around back then. That sucks. It really sucks. There's a lot of times in eras where there's shit you just wish you had the camera phone for, right? Videos and pictures of stuff we'll never see. You know, I'm always amazed when I watch a documentary from the 70s that captures the 70s or the 60s or whatever, even the OJ thing, even some of the 90s. I'm like, who's running around with a camera back then?
You want to
You
know
know,
something?
just like civilian footage.
A thought that I frequently have, and I shouldn't, but it's really depressing. Like I have memories of like my grandparents, right? That only between them and myself, that only I have stored in my head. There's no video, there's no, photo. As I get older and when I pass away, they're gone forever.
Yeah.
They're no longer in anyone's memory.
Because you're an only child, right?
That moment is gone forever. That saddens me. Like I could cry now thinking about it.
Some people are obsessed with preserving things or
I'm that.
curating
That's
things, and
me.
yeah, like a
Like I
time
have
capsule.
my grandmother's furniture in my living room. I think about when I die, it's going to go into a landfill somewhere.
What Jeff Beck said is pretty profound there, and there's so many
Yeah.
unbelievable things in our history that have not been captured by camera, by video camera, by just still camera, by anything. You just have to take the person's word for it,
Mhm.
and you just don't think you're in the moment. And artistically, you're not going, I better take a picture of this because no one's going to believe me this happened. And God, you wish the fucking technology was further along back then.
Mhm.
He's absolutely right. Looking at the Thousand Oak Gun video, John O'Reilly is
Oof.
right. The cheapest picture is from Thousand Oaks,
Ticket.
$124. Best seat in the house,
Nope.
$1,249 has been
Nope.
the orchestra pit. Great emoji too, Ben. Thank
Do
you for
they
that.
really think people can afford this nowadays?
That's a great question, right? Shouldn't you be empathetic towards the pandemic and inflation and everyone struggling with gas prices? Can we really afford $1,250 for a fucking ticket of a glorified cover band?
Yeah.
Nothing is forever, Sarah.
I know, trust me.
He's right. I know, John, but it's tough to come to grips with that when you dwell on it.
And I do, that's my problem. That's where my depression comes from.
We're all. I'm the same way.
When I say I have her furniture, I have a shelf. I'm not a hoarder.
John, I thought 21 Jump Street would be forever.
I don't
And
shit in a bag and throw it in the corner of the bathroom
and it was only 4 seasons.
that I saw in Hoarders. I'm skipping around. I'm sorry. I'm cutting
That's
you off.
okay. We're almost done with here. Radio Gunk, the Deppening Museum, says Ben 4180 for Sarah's furniture and Moe's bras. How about both their bras?
Yeah, I know. My bra's bigger than hers.
You don't know that.
I think I do.
Um,
I'm not saying that as an insult to her. I wish mine were that small.
What the hell was I gonna say? Oh God, curating. Crazy Robin writes, this is what she just went through, a lot of heavy stuff here. When my brother suddenly passed away this summer, God damn it, Crazy Robin.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. This is horrible.
I get
Horrible,
it.
horrible, horrible to have a sibling of a young age.
Yep.
I have to make an effort to keep him alive. That's exactly right.
Absolutely.
And now it's easier to do so with technology. My sister lost 2 kids.
Yeah, it's horrible.
At 3 and 5.
Mm.
And you walk around that house and you just see the effort she makes to keep their memory alive.
Mhm.
And it's tough because you start to do this milestone stuff with them, and like, oh, Brandon and Thomas they would graduate high school now, and they would have
God.
graduated college. And when you start to do the math, that really destroys you. all the milestones that they would have missed, or they would be doing this and we'd be doing that, and that's where that's what makes you dwell on it. But she takes every effort to, you could see it in my sister and brother-in-law's face.
Of course.
There's this kind of dour, they kind of carry it around. You can see that there's a little sadness every time when you're in the same room as them. Something has been stripped from them.
You'd have to be worried if they didn't express that. You know what I
Forever is a
mean?
fixed. Yeah, oh yeah, totally. But you're thinking that too. Even to this day, whenever you walk into their presence, you walk into their house, they usually host things. I mean, I don't think 10 minutes goes by where I don't think about them thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're staring at other families who have it perfect, and you're just like, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Why did I have to go through that?
Mm-hmm.
There's no, that's when somebody goes, everything happens for a reason. Do you think they want to hear that shit?
No, not at all.
Do you think they want to hear when someone
Is it something that
spits out that dumb platitude, everything happens for a reason?
is it a topic you try to avoid in their presence?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You're not launching into that when there's a
Yeah.
an awkward pause. That's
Every
not your
family's
go-to.
different in how they handle it, so I was just curious.
Sarah said, I wear my mom's pajamas. It
Oh
comforts me.
gosh, yeah. I have my grandmother's wedding ring. I haven't even opened the box in 10 years.
I mean, I know people, and this is very normal. People leave messages that are left to them on voicemail of someone who passed away. If you
I
still
can't.
have,
I couldn't do that. Like if
oh,
my
I know a
dad
lot of people who
called,
do that.
I can't.
How would you delete it?
Well, oh my God. I worked for the phone company, as we've talked about before. The voicemail would reset. It rarely happened, but the entire voicemail box would reset, and you would have parents calling, begging for me to get that message back.
Oh wow, really?
You can't.
Holy shit! So they think you can retrieve deleted
No,
messages
at
of
that
people who passed
stage,
away.
no, and it's not that they deleted it. The system
Yeah,
automatically reset the
And so
box.
you think you just get it back?
No, they don't know. They're desperate when they call
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
They're almost crying, and you can't. It's gone.
Is technology further along now that you
Well,
could
yeah,
get it
this was in
back?
the early 2000s,
Okay,
so I
I bet you
don't
can
know
do
about
it now.
now.
That's crazy.
That's the worst phone call you
But
can
I don't
get.
know how you would delete it if you knew someone passed away was on your answering machine. It would feel like you're helping kill them.
Yeah.
Blimey, John, sat here. Oh, thanks, Ben. Yeah, it's been years, but it's a haunting black cloud that really it shapes your cynicism, and it I mean, you do think, oh God, live each day as if it's your last, but you can only
Mhm.
hold on to that so long. um but it's napalm. I remember seeing their grave. Oh, that was brutal by accident.
Mm.
I was in the wrong row looking for my father's grave, and they happened to be and I think it was set up that way, and I saw theirs before his, and it
Yeah.
had been well over 10 years, and I was like, holy shit. I was just
Yeah.
brutal.
However, there are awesome stories.
There's one picture which was taken with me on bass, out of the shot, and Ronnie Wood is peering behind a screen. So I know I was playing bass, because why was he behind the screen? He was looking around, and Jimmy's there with my Les Paul upside down. So I know that I was on stage, but why did the guy only take him? I know I'm ugly, but there's a limit, isn't it?
That's pretty dark.
Mm-hmm.
Why did they take Jimi Hendrix and not me?
Yeah.
And that's you got to believe, he's got he'd
Well,
love to show you.
Jimi Hendrix had a little bit to do with that, so.
Yeah, he does. They're not going to say that, though. John O'Reilly says, World Trade Center families have kept messages from that day. I've heard that,
Yep.
too. They still have them. That's insane.
Amazing.
Look who texted
Anyway,
all
I
that.
think, by the end of this tour, you're going to have people coming up, and they're going to say, wait a minute, I didn't know he was an actor. I thought he was in Jeff.
Yeah, right.
No, that's the thing. 16 years old. He had a Telecaster with a custom pickup on it, and Jack Sparrow was a million miles away, wasn't he?
Yeah, a billion
and,
miles
as was
away.
Edward Scissorhands.
Yeah, no.
I couldn't believe it when he at his house. He handed me this jangling mass of scissors, and I got a leather gauntlet. I thought I hadn't seen the film.
I put the scissor hands on
This
him.
guy's in serious trouble. He had
strapped him into them. And
why would he make this? And then I found out.
Use it as a bottle, right? Use it as a bottle.
Yeah.
There's a picture. There's a picture of me playing a Telecaster with these scissors.
We need that. That's the cover of the next one.
We do have a photo of that.
Yeah. That was a fun night. That and the theremin. I never got over it.
I mean,
Anyway, we
such a great experience. I mean, I've already. I mean, there's no reason that I should.
I think he's about
be
to wrap
here.
it up.
The audience is dwindling.
You keep saying that.
But no,
But
Jeff Beck. There's no reason in the world.
There's no
why.
reason in the world anymore, is there? There's no logic to this world.
No, certainly not. No.
So we're gonna make our own. That's why we got into the business in the first place, man. We didn't fit
Good
into
point,
what
Steve.
they were telling us.
Making our own logic.
Right? We didn't make our own fucking world.
That is for sure.
Disobedience
But I
was my
mean,
middle name.
Yes. I mean,
Yeah, baby.
So it's great. It's working great. I can tell you that objectively.
Thank you. Thank
right?
you, brother.
From
Thank you.
outside the picture here.
I would
Very
contradict at the earliest opportunity, just to get some reaction.
No, it's going great. I think keep doing things, you know. It's going to see where it evolves to,
He doesn't
man.
know how to wrap
I
it up.
hope so.
No
He may
kidding.
fire me any
Keep doing
second now.
It's like me trying to wrap up the
Just
show.
keep in line, okay?
Which is okay. Yes, boss, I will. No problem.
Is that a
What did he
Springsteen
say?
joke?
Boss.
Okay, on that note, before it gets too ugly,
No.
thank you all for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you out there. Thanks, Jeff and Johnny. Go buy the new album.
He doesn't love how he's so awkward as a host. He doesn't know how to wrap it up. I love the unconventional host with the patter and the smooth interstitials that take you to a break or take you out and stuff.
Does he? I know he's got a channel, but does he really do this a lot? Hosts the.
I think he does it every now and again.
Yeah.
I'd have to go back and look to see how often he does. You know, he gets off on the legend of the E Street Band, and Steven, you're just gonna respond to everything. He had some, some good thoughts about. Well, I here's the thing. Depp claims he doesn't watch his own movies, which I don't believe. I've busted him on that hypocrisy, but one of the Larry King interview, which we posted on our Patreon, the full Larry King interview, his whole office is pictures of himself in mirror. He has the picture of himself in Rolling Stone with the plunging neckline, and he's got no shirt on the cover of Esquire. It's like, how can you do that, but you won't watch yourself in Blow? I don't buy it.
Take that chat down. Texaho probably doesn't want to see that
Texaho,
up.
I want to say I'm sorry. I still have frozen spinach of my late boyfriend brought back in 06. He passed away in 08, and I'm holding his hand when he passed away. I know. Even the things like that, right? What you left in the refrigerator,
Yeah.
I would do the same, especially if it's frozen. I would do the same thing. I'm so sorry to hear that. That's crazy. And it's still pretty fresh. It's only 14 years ago.
That's not a long time
No, it isn't.
when you're mourning.
It seems like Jeff wants us more than Depp does, Affy says. I think
agree.
so too. I think so too. This conversation shows why Jeff Beck is still around. He really knows the rock and roll business. Yeah, yeah, I agree. I didn't realize how worshipped he really was. And I didn't realize how worshipped he really was until we watched 21 Jump Street and Captain Jenko brought him up. And I'm like, oh, he's a much bigger deal than I thought. Looking now at the blurry picture of Jimi Hendrix playing Jeff's guitar in 1968, says Ben.
Yeah.
Steve is a very good talker. His interview with Keith Richards is really that's interesting. Hey, you got Keith Richards.
Queef Richards.
Which is he never, it's kind of weird he never came up in that, right? That basing Sparrow on him, and
Yeah,
he's a
that's
guitar
true.
hero. He never came up there in that. So I want to thank everyone for joining us, guys. And this is a weird, it's a long one, 4 hours and 3 minutes. We got
I
on
know,
some
I'm
interesting
exhausted.
jags, and thank Bon Jovial for coming in. On Saturday, we are going to do our Halloween special, and we chose. There's a couple ways we could have won. We could have done that. We could have done Sleepy Hollow, which actually did not come out on Halloween. It came out for Thanksgiving, which
Mhm.
that was. I remember them getting criticized for that. It was the perfect Halloween movie that came out on Thanksgiving. We were going to do Sleepy Hollow, but we chose to do Nightmare on Elm Street commentary. Nightmare on Elm Street 1 and the deleted scenes. And David's going to join us. Thank you, John O'Reilly, as well. And David's going to join us for that. I want to say thank you to everyone for joining us during this. Is the first time Depp's been interviewed. It just gave us a chance to meander into different areas about this. Sarah, you have any last words?
Yes, please. It is well worth the $2. We're gonna try to make it worth $10, but go to patreon.com/Wino Forever. Arm will put the link, the direct link, up in the description on the YouTube description for this video. Also, I want to sincerely, you do not know how much it is appreciated. I can't express it properly. Thank you so much for your donations tonight. We will be recording, like what he said, on Saturday. I will have it up Sunday.
We love you too, Crazy Robin, and respect you. It is our tragedies and our triumphs as what shapes us to who we are. I don't trust anyone that hasn't experienced some level of tragedy in their life. You just don't know reality if you haven't. I
Mhm.
don't relate to you if you didn't.
Bravo.
Thank you, Ben. Great as well. Saturday, I don't. Well, it's not going to be. It's a time release, right, Sarah? So you're not sure. It
Yeah,
could be released.
until we can figure out how to do a proper viewing of media. I'm being technical here, sorry, and annoying, but we have to record them. Until we can do a proper live viewing, this is what it is. Hopefully not for long.
This is Arm for Sarah saying, "We're cold slither. You'll be joining us soon. A band of vipers playing their tunes. With a modern hiss and iron fist will be worn. We're tired of words. We've heard it before. We don't want to play that game no more."